So I want to introduce Thomas. He's joined us from Provo School District to meet other K-3 She will be out helping. You probably got a lot of emails from her on your early literacy plan. She has had the more free time. She has been our kind of. And then there's me. If you are new, I see a couple new faces in the room. I am Jennifer Bronson. I'm the one who sends the bulk of the emails. I apologize. There's been so many lately. Usually I give you like 1 week every day. So just delete them if you're just overwhelmed. It's fine. I'll probably send if it's an urgent one again. And then Sarah Wibke is back. Four years here. That's a long semester. So here we go. When we say early just for your future reference. In terms of the agenda today, you have a handout. Those of you online, it's in the Google Drive link. The link's on the screen if you need it. That would not be a link I would want to type in, but it's available in your emails that I sent out. And for all of those of you here, if you want to share any of the documents, they are online in the Google Drive as well. So if you need to access them later and you wrote on your copy, they're all in there. We have a pretty packed agenda as normal. We will try and take a break today after the assessment updates. We have about 50 minutes or so of assessment updates. There's a lot of change in assessment. There's some new information for KEEP that we wanted to get out there. And then the SAFE results from last year from a state perspective, we'll share those with you today as well. So you can kind of start to see where do you fall in comparison. Are you still, taking us on, or are you similar to the state's outcomes? We're going to start with the early literacy program though. So as most of you know, we had the changes to legislation. This is the new code. They've changed all code numbers on the Hill. So if you're ever looking for the actual bill or code, this is the number you would look for. It's 3F2503. I have it memorized. Thank goodness. You may not need to go to that level, but it will be helpful if you're like, I want to see the legislation that's around this work. What updating the legislation causes an update to board rule. Board rule was reviewed and approved in June, and it should be posted. It's available on the website now, but it's not completely legal, I think, until this month. And so we had two rules before. We had R277403 and R27406. We decided it was really confusing that some of the information was in one rule and some was in another, when it was all related to the same thing. So we were able to convince the agency to combine those rules into one. The new rule, and you have a handout of this, is R277406. 403 no longer exists. The content that was in 403 has been combined into 406. So we're going to take you through that rule a little bit because it does have the shifts in, from what the legislation requires, and then the additional pieces. We are not copying what's in the legislation. So this is the part that, if you're new to this space, legislation says one thing, and then the board rule adds to it. So it does not repeat what's in legislation. So you'll be like, because I don't see that in board rule. We'll be like, that's because it's in legislation. Back in the day, we used to copy legislation and add board rules, so you'd have all of it in one place. We don't do that any longer. We're leaving legislation in one place and board rule in another. So to really get a comprehensive, you kind of have to look at both.
Hi.
Hey, is there a science fair meeting tonight?
There is.
Oh, okay. What time and...
If they're new to the committee, or if they want to hear Natina, they have to come at 5. The rest of them can come at 5:30.
Okay, new to committee.
Yep.
5. Or want to hear Tina?
Netina. It's Nettina. I know it's a weird name.
You are the only participant.
Okay, I will let her know. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Gives you the benchmark windows, when the closing dates are. September 30th is coming. That is the closing window for the BOY to so just keep that in mind. It's got your benchmark periods for the other particular ones below. Then it has the reporting. You're supposed to be reporting after each benchmark period in your SIS system to us. That's your yes, no's, your intervention, and those and any special codes that you might have. And you get that about a month after the window closes to get that information in. Some people are ignoring this. We'll be talking later about compliance, and Sarah will be doing some monitoring work this year that we haven't done in the past. So we're giving you a heads up now so you can be like, hey, somebody should be doing that. It's usually not you, but somebody's responsible. So being aware that there are dates for that. If they score below grade level, you have to notify the parents. You have to notify the parents no matter where they score. Sure. But if they score below grade level, you also have to tell them what interventions they might receive. It could just be a list of options in your LEA. It doesn't have to be the specific one that student's going to receive. But here's kind of our battery of opportunities. And then you also have to give them suggestions on what they can do as a parent. And like, what could they be doing at home? They could read for their child. They could participate in conversations. Building moral language builds reading skills. So kind of think of a couple maybe opportunities for families. So that's kind of your administration windows. Data submission comes in 2 and 5, so you have a little bit more down below in 5, so that you know what's required in terms of data submission. And then 3 and 4, item 3 and 4 get you just more about that parent notification. So basically everything you need to kind of reference and be familiar with is in this rule now that we've combined things. We'll be updating the K-3 technical manual, so if you're still referring to that, there'll be some changes coming. We're hoping for November, but it requires basically changes on every single page in that technical manual we created last year. So Sarah and Erica are working on that, but it takes, I think, a little time. All right, let's look at the next page, page 3. You have timelines and due dates for early literacy plans. This year, you're on that October 1. We're going to put some fear in you later, but I'm going to say it right now just so they don't have it. If you do not commit your budget by October 1, the money is gone. There's no, oh crap, I forgot. It will automatically take it away from you and redistribute it to the other LEAs who do have a budget in place. If you miss October 1, you are out of funds this year. Erica's going to scare you again later. I'm scaring you right now. This is very different than the past. In the past, if you missed it, it was like, oh, that's too bad. Someone's going to harass me. Someone will email me. It automatically just washes out of here. So please be mindful. You have to turn in your budget. Yes.
Is that specific to K-3 reading, or is it the early intervention that OEK comes through?
Gotcha. This one's for K-3 reading. I think it's similar for all of them, though. They're really putting a lot more, like, we have due dates for a reason. You have to do them or your money just gets washed. So this is probably, if you run any other programs, Sarah probably knows better, but I'm pretty sure it's consistent across it, not just K-3 is scary.
Yeah, it is. The new program, the way it's set up, the way the new vendors get an RFP, probably already know about that. The way it's set up is that once that date is put in, it can't be changed. So whatever the due date is when it has to be in, and if it's not in, you are basically automatically foregoing those funds. And it can't be changed. So there have been issues with some other grants, so that's why I asked, and it came up. And so if the October 1 is not met for the K-3 funds, the early literacy fund, they are they're gone and they can't come back. And I know that's really probably scary and frustrating to hear, but just make sure that you have really good contact with your business administrator because they're the ones that go into Utah Grants and actually put all of that in. The same thing goes for OEK or early intervention funds. If that isn't in, that date is November 1, which is the same as last year. So with that November 1 date, please know that if you do not apply for those early intervention, those OEK
Your
funds
meeting has ended.
in Utah Grants, you are also foregoing those funds. So again, just keeping in mind, put those dates maybe a week early in your calendar, check in with your business administrator as often as you can to just make them aware that this is for real this year. And in past years, I know it's always been, oh, we missed the date, and we've kind of always allowed that, but because of the new program, it actually physically cannot happen. So we kind of actually have to stick with it now because that's the way the program was set up.
It's not even fiscal year after if you didn't turn in your plan before. That is not gonna happen any longer, so.
Oh, just a little fear. Yes. Are you ready for that?
It's positive fear. It'll make it so you can get your money. Like, this is just something to be really well aware of. Erica will hit on it again later. All right, so in terms of that page 3, this is your timelines and due dates. You're pretty much, most of you are already kind of on board with that. I think the biggest challenge this year is probably making sure your board approves your plan before October 1. So you might have to have a special meeting if you weren't able to get in. It does have to be a public meeting, so keep that in mind. It can't be a closed door opportunity. The other 2 pieces is how we evaluate the plans. You have those 4 questions on the table. You want to look at one, what we're looking at is one are your goals. That's probably the biggest challenge has been the goals in terms of are we interpreting the data? I think it's one of the areas I've given the most feedback on the plans I've done. Erica will share some others later. But are they ambitious yet attainable? We don't want y'all to fail. So we want to make sure that they're raising the target, but not so high that we are really going to anticipate that failure coming. And so I think you guys done a stellar job. And I know some of you have done multiple revisions with us, but you've been really great about the learning process, so thank you for that. And then that evidence-based curriculum. This year, we've been looking at your plans. Some of you have materials that we would say are evidence-based. As long as you have at least one curriculum material in those different categories, we're approving the plans. But in the future, if you fail, we'll really be a little heavier on that evidence-based piece. So right now, we want to give you the flexibility and fluidity to do the things that you think are working. But if you end up being a failing LEA, we'll look a lot more critically at the curriculum materials you're using than we are right now. Right now, we're just like, do you have something evidence-based in each of those 7 areas of literacy, even though you might be using some other tools that aren't evidence-based.
So at least one.
At least one. That's all we're looking for right now. Other years, we think 3 and 4 curriculums. Some of them are evidence-based, some they're not. We're allowing that to go right now, but in the future, if you fail, it'll be a more critical conversation. After my fear factor, you're welcome. So page 4 is the sugar back up, right? Page 4, if you'll turn to that, is your reporting requirements. This is your goal. The big thing is that 60% target. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. We have this year. If this year had been the first year, we have your status of grades that have fallen in grades 1, 2, and 3. You can kind of see how far off are we from the target, how close are we, how much are we exceeding it. Some of you are exceeding it well beyond 60. You'll get to kind of see that today. Again, that grades 1 through 3, all grades are accountable in 1, 2, and 3, not just 3rd grade any longer. And then that system of support just kind of gives a basic line that we're going to provide support. We're actually working on those strategies and interventions right now, building them up for our first real implementation year next year. And we're going to possibly do some collaboration with step-by-step learning to kind of help us to make sure we have some really useful tools. They've been very successful in turning around schools and LEAs do their work. And so we thought, why not pull in experts to help us have the right tools when it comes to. So we'll be working with them most likely as we move forward. So that's the rule. I'd like to give you just a couple moments to talk with people at your team, at your table, around that rule. Any questions? Anything that you just need to say out loud so that you're like, I need to remember this. Let me start to relate it to a colleague. I'll give you about 1 minute to chat, and then we'll come back and we'll move to that 60%
How much of this do
UCA doesn't even have. We are going That'll be slow. Everyone else like sure. Because it's 90% girls so that is and you're welcome. So like if and no, yep. ELA specialist relevant. Roll. I know. Okay. So we're doing for the content and their policy. All right, let's move to the. Are there any questions for the group?
I just wondered, is it in state rule for parent reporting the same as Devils? Okay.
Very little regulations around it in terms of participation. One of the things that came up at board meeting, they were doing the opt-out letter. It's not on the opt-out letter. It does not mean a parent cannot choose to not take that class. But on the opt-out form, they can just say, no, my child will not be taking that. And we say, okay. We've had a lot of miscommunication around that. People are like, well, it's not on the opt-out letter. You must not be able to opt out. A parent can basically say no to anything in your school system at any time, whether it's in writing or not. So just keep that in mind. We have quite a board discussion for like an hour one day around KEEP and whether it should be on the opt-out form or not. It's not on the opt-out form because it doesn't qualify. It's also really, should parents have to tell you in writing that they want their kid not to take it? Not necessarily. We can just say, hey, I want to take it. Great. I to take it if I don't submit the data? Oh, sure. A lot of parents will take it if they know the state is not collecting the data. So that's a conversation to be had, but please know, we have a lot of miscommunication. We had a teacher up north tell the parent, no, it's not an opt-outable test. The teacher said no, all these people said no, it is opt-outable. It's just not on the form. You can choose not to take it. We won't call it an opt-out test because it doesn't qualify as an opt-out test. But if a parent says no, they have the right to say no. So let me just be clear on that because it costs a lot of angst. That's KEEP. Dribbles is on the opt-out form because it does fit the criteria, but KEEP does not. It's odd, I don't know, but it just makes it easier not to have it opt-out. All right, so state goal changes.
Sorry, KEEP is opt-outable, Dibbles is.
Both are. One's on the form, one is not. So one, as a parent, I have to say, hey, I don't want to take that test. And you say, okay. The other one, you have to say, here, fill out this paper, right? KEEP is actually easier to opt out of because there's no paperwork. We're fine with that. We had like a 2% of the population last year not take KEEP. We're like, it's not opt-outable. We just said you had to take it, or if we don't have many people who don't want to take it. So let's look at the state goal changes. In terms of that big state goal, you received your notification for 17, 18, and kind of a mass emails to everyone. And this year, we had to send you your individual data. We're trying to really close the door on closed door conversations and really just make it transparent. So the letter was everyone's scores, which eventually goes out at the state level anyway when we get a board meeting. We wanted you to know where you are. A lot of people are like, how do I compare to my neighboring districts or my neighboring, charters? So you have all of that data, whether you passed or failed. Very few people failed. If this were the 60% goal, which is what we're going to look at now, that changes. So this year we had 2 to 3 potentially fail. We're still waiting on a couple data points, folks. But at least 2, maybe 3 as we move forward. But you did receive your notification. If you did not, you're like, I don't remember this letter. Email Sarah. For this year, as we go with this 60% that we're going with this year, we wanted to say who is kind of potential, really proactive, possibly fail, the 60% goal that had we started last year. This is using that goal of the same goal of the charter list, and then grades 1 to 3. This is the whole cohort, that whole group of students, all combined together. The goal is 60, and then what your percentage would be. Just to give you kind of a pulse of where you're at. Should I be concerned? Am I doing well? Stepping up a little bit, that kind of thing. You can also just do your comparisons across LEAs to see where you fall in relativity. You'll see we have school districts all the way up to 90, and we have people much lower than that. So it's a full spectrum as you would expect. Given this data though, we would have had 25 LEAs fail this year, just on the state goal alone. That's not even your local goals. So we're trying to be proactive and letting you know now so we can reduce that number, at least on the state goal. Because we anticipate some of our local goals are not going to be met, right? That we know our capacity at 25 LEAs is a lot for 3 people, as you can imagine. So just kind of keeping that in mind, we're trying to let you know what your status would have been. This is not going to be shared in any other way. This is really just meant for your knowledge and your proactive kind of status. So you can be like, okay, we're doing good. If we keep sustaining our efforts, we'll be fine. Or we need to make some adjustments to our efforts. Questions about this particular data? So, given the changes in the state goal and the addition of local goals, I would like you to tuck in your tables. How have you worked to proactively communicate these changes in your LEA? So, for example, one of the changes in the past, only 3rd grade was responsible for achieving the uniform growth goal. Now you have grades 1, 2, and 3 that are responsible for achieving that state goal of 60%. How are you communicating that down to that level so they're aware of their responsibility and they're playing to this? Leadership level, how are your administrators and your building level administrators knowing about the changes, as well as access and understanding the pathways? Your teachers can be monitoring their progress all through the year with pathways. It doesn't need to be an end of year, like, oh no. Middle of the year, they can see a progress monitoring, they can see it, different avenues there. So how are you maybe facilitating those conversations? And just the fact of talking with other people at your table. If you're with just yourself, you might want to lean into another table just for that conversation. And just give you a couple minutes. How are you communicating these changes at your local level so that people are aware of the impact that they're going to see on this? Okay. So go ahead and discuss, and then we'll come back and we'll move to assessment. So let's just walk over
You're always walking around with your scale, right?
You can talk more at break if you like to read something we're doing to figure this out. Does anybody have a really
Great. We shouldn't fill up half of it right now.
right?
Is that close?
All right. Well, hopefully we'll end the sign soon. Oh, we've got one.
I just think down to the teacher level, it was really nice, honestly, after your summer workshops, to have, I've been teaching both in high grade level for a long time. You know, the whole Dibble score, but to drill down to what specific area they needed to show, so we changed what our goal structure was for this year. And I think that will help them see which area the whole grade level.
Right. That's a great way to start getting it real for them. A state goal for your teachers. One set of teachers told me they would pull pathways. It's going to be part of their like teacher evaluation. I'm like, no, don't do that. That is not the intention of this work. This work is to say, can we get all kids to get a year's worth of growth or more? Yes or no? Not about teacher evaluation. We're using other metrics and observations of things. Pathways is not going to be the tool for that. Please don't scare your teachers because then they set low goals because they think, well, I just need to make sure this kid achieves. That's where I'm getting below typical goals because they're like, well, I know I can at least get there. That's not what we want. People want at least typical for kids, but when there's a fear that my evaluation is set on this, we set low goals for kids. And if we set low goals for kids, that's what we're hoping to achieve with kids, and that sets us up for failure, right? Our goal is never to get below typical progress for children. Are some of our students going to have that? Probably, but that's not what I want teachers setting as a goal for a child, right? I want to do well below typical progress. Like, yeah, I can hit that. No, I don't want you to hit that. That's not my goal setting.
I think one challenge is always to get the row, to get it to teachers, and we're going to be communicating to our principals. We have a person in every building are communicating those goals. But as we were discussing, I thought, I wonder if it would be good for them to have it just an email, just in writing. And I don't know. I just want to ask who else does that. We've never done that. Sent out the specific goal. I mean, they can look it up themselves, but who's going to go find it? Yeah. So I don't know.
Anybody done like
Has anyone done an email to everybody? Make that goals?
What I did is, we, in our first meeting with our teachers, I had the literacy plan printed. And so our whole literacy plan, every teacher has a copy of it. So they know what the literacy plan is and what our goal is, what the state goal is, and then what our 3 goals are that we set as a district. And then we revisit it. And then how are we implementing that. So we have a student data walk, so that reflects our goals. So all of our goals in our school are centered around our literacy goals that we made initially.
Awesome, thank you. I think there's another hand. Madam Chair?
We did the same thing. Everybody in our school knows the whole literacy plan, and we will talk about it regularly.
I think district your size is the challenge of getting it down. Mass email might be your main way of communication, but at least those that read it, it will cause a little buzz and be ready for questions to come because people's ability to read is not always the level that we would hope. At least to read it closely. Like they'll be like, "Are you saying?" And you're like, "Oh no, that's not what I'm saying." I might send it out to like a sample, maybe your coaches, and say, "How would you interpret this?" Get some feedback before the district line with email, because you want to avoid as many potential pitfalls as you can. Knowing they'll still come, but at least try to minimize that might be a strategy. Other suggestions? Yeah, I think we've got to get it down to the teacher level. They're the ones who have to do the work. It's great for the administrators to know. Some of your administrators will take it to the teacher level. Some of them will be like, my teachers don't need to worry about this. They do. They need to be aware and think about how they can influence getting to those goals. We've got those goals for kids for a reason. Understand their participation in those goals. All right, we have Darren Nielsen here. He's our assistant superintendent over student achievement. Is that what you call it?
I'll answer about anything.
I just tell the guru of data and assessment.
I am not a guru. I hope to be a guru someday.
Very helpful, like you all know. He's going to go over the RISE changes from SAGE to RISE and help you be prepared for those questions at your LEA level. Some of you may have attended an AD meeting or a CD meeting or a different meeting that he's done this with. I would suggest listening again. I always pick up something new that I think I can catch that first time. So, Darren, how are you?
Thank you, Jennifer. And so I am trying to get in front of every leadership group in the state. Tomorrow I'll be with CT directors. Some of you I recognize, and you've already heard this presentation, and so I ask you to bear with me. I'm going to do a condensed version because I have till 10 o'clock. Typically, I spend about 45 minutes on this. The slides that I share, though, are uploaded, I think, into your documents, and you can use those as reference points moving forward. Some of you might be thinking, why does somebody come and talk to literacy specialists about the RISE test? Why would I share information about the Test Fire Plus? Well, you are leaders in your respective communities, and your voices count. People ask questions, and sometimes we answer those questions, and we don't think much of it, but the person who hears your answer, that becomes pretty meaningful to them. And so I think it's important to try to give you as accurate information as we have up to this point. It's the year of change. As I came into the room, you were talking about how things are different within the DIBELS, the literacy world. There's significant changes with assessment, accountability. Towards the end of my slides, there's a quote from Benjamin Franklin that says something to the effect of, when you're done changing, you're done. So change isn't necessarily bad, but it is difficult for organizations to do well. So we'll fly through this. I want to start with a video clip. It's about 2 minutes long because we need to set some context. Or audio is not working. Is your speakers, are they muted, Jennifer? What kind of age is how low do you go? Hey, so we've got some unlearning to do, both in the world of DIBELS that you've been talking about and also the other elements of our statewide assessment system. It's good to keep that in our mind as we struggle with people coming back and saying, why didn't you get this? I already told you this was different, but this unlearning concept. We're going to talk about measurement and assessment. And I use those in two different ways. Is there anybody in this room who weighs themselves on a regular basis? A few of you. How about weighed themselves this morning? Do you have a volunteer that be willing to come up? Trust me enough? We got to know. Would you mind coming up? Okay.
Don't worry, I've seen her do this before, you'll be okay.
I'm going to have a nervous breakdown.
Tracy. Tracy, thank you so much.
I've just lost 5 pounds.
I'm going to ask you in a minute to step on the scale. I'll step forward. You're not going to tell us the number. When you get the number, you'll step off, and then we're going to ask you some questions.
Oh, heavens, you're all going to know how much I weigh by the time I
No, that's not our goal.
Oh,
Not the goal, don't worry.
I have to tap it to turn it on and then step on it.
this is horrifying.
Okay, you got it? Was this the same number you saw this morning when you put your stuff?
No.
So our question, why is it not the same number? What are some explanations? We've got a scale is a very precise measurement tool. And weight can be measured down well below ounces, right? And now you weighed yourself a few hours ago. Weighed yourself again now, and it's not the same number.
No.
What are some possible explanations for that?
Carpet on the ground versus what she might have had her scale on.
Okay, so the surface might affect the calibration of the scale, the functionality of it.
How much she's eaten since she weighed herself last, if she was dressed or not dressed.
Okay, so some of the variables have changed about you,
Yes.
right? Possibly.
On a different scale.
Different scale. So they're both measuring weight, pounds and ounces. Does your scale have pounds and ounces
Yes.
on it? So they're both measuring that, but they're different scales, which means there could be an error, right? Measurement error that exists between the two tools. Even though scientifically we can measure you right to exactly the same amount of ounces, right? Any other explanations? We covered them all? But somebody who weighs themselves every day, if you ate something last night with more sodium in it than something else, you would weigh different today. We are all assuming she weighs more with this number. So you're going to kick her.
Yes.
Okay, so now where we have to be careful is this assessment talks about evaluation. We've got to be careful that we don't make judgments about that evaluation. You're starting to evaluate, what does that number mean, right? So we have to be cautious with that. Thank you so much. In the world of assessment, as you have conversations with teachers, principals, parents, students, it's good to understand we're not ever saying that the assessment we're giving a student is going to give us their true score. But we do know that assessment specialists like to try to determine that true score, knowing they'll never get it, but there's an error of measurement. So you'll see sometimes on reports this little band, and the score will be somewhere in that band. That's the confidence interval that's designed to help us understand how much validity there is of that assessment. I would make the point with parents and students and teachers that the amount of resources that go into developing these statewide assessments, so the RISE test, are such that there is no test that's more valid and reliable at measuring what we say it's measuring that your teachers administer during their school day. As good as common formative assessments are, as good as some of the assessments that come with your curriculum materials are, I would make the case these are more reliable. After we go through this vetting process, in fact, today at the DoubleTree Hotel at the airport are a number of educators from your LEAs going through a process of determining whether there's bias built into the questions. So our questions have been written by Utah educators to help us psychometricians. Now they go through this standards alignment process to make sure they're aligned with the standards, and now they're going through this bias and sensitivity review to make sure that if I come from a different culture or background, it doesn't interfere, that question doesn't interfere in some way with my ability to answer it, okay? So a little history on the testing in the state of Utah is, again, important for context. Back in 1990 was our first statewide assessment. I don't know if there's anybody in this room who remembers that. I don't. I graduated from high school in 1987, and I remember taking tests. So if you would have asked me before this slide, were there statewide assessments in the 80s and 70s? I would have said yeah, because I remember filling in probably the Stanford 9 little bubble sheet. The data from that, I have no idea what anybody did with it, but we took the test. Nobody ever talked to me about it. I think I got a little report back, and I put in a drawer by my mother and some kind of a scrapbook. So 2017, this is where we're going to jump way up to this, because Senate Bill 220 introduced some of the changes you're experiencing or we're experiencing this year, both in terms of accountability. So there were accountability changes to our system, and then also with assessment. It separated what used to be one test. It was a contract with AIR that administered the SAGE grades 3 through 11. After a year or two of that, it went 3 through 10. Last year, there was a policy decision that took writing out of 9 and 10, but the product was still 3 through 10. That contract with AIR expired. It expires actually in October of this year. So we went through the RFP process. A committee came in. They looked at all the vendors. So this is part of the change too. When people say, why are all these changes happening? Part of it is Senate Bill 220, which is going to require a separation error test. And then the contract for AIR expired as well, which is another piece of the reason for the change. Through that process, Questar was selected as the vendor to deliver our new state standards test, which is going to be called RISE. And we'll begin the year with the 910. We won't get time to talk about that, but in the slides, there's information about the 910. So again, it's important to understand there are two pieces of legislation associated with our statewide testing now, where previously there was one for grades 3 through 10. So this one's very prescriptive. It tells us exactly what content we need to test, what grades. You'll notice here, writing, grades 5 and 8, that has always been there. Our state board, when we adopted the SAGE test, because we could deliver writing in 3rd through 11th grade at the time, made a policy decision to do that. Wasn't required by the legislature. A year ago, they made a decision to pull back and administer summative writing only in grades 5 through 8. So that's, again, a new change, something we have to unlearn. It doesn't mean the state board doesn't value writing. It's still part of the core curriculum. But in terms of a summative test, it will only be done in grades 5 through 8. How many of you remember the DW? 5 and 8. Thank you. How many of you remember the DWA? We did that in grades 5 and 8. It had a separate score report. This will be very similar. We'll pull the writing out of the overall ELA scale score. Students will get a separate writing score and then a reading or ELA score from the RISE. This one you can reference later. It just pulls out and highlights the requirements for the high school assessment. So let's talk about the RISE test, which stands for Readiness, Improvement, Success, and Empowerment. There's some flyers back there on the back table. And before I finish, I want to show you some online resources that you can use in your communities to talk about this and to share information with your stakeholders. So let's talk about what changes. Rather than me just stand here and go through these one by one, I want you at your table to look at these bullet points. These are things that are different this coming school year, and talk at your table about what you see there and what questions you might have as community members come to you and ask you about the RISE test. We'll go about 2 minutes on that, and then we'll get back together. You'll share those questions, and we'll address them as a full group. Go ahead.
Just well, it's basically the same thing as grant. Right. I don't think it's yeah. You would expect Olympics, when you say this is required for graduation, it feels so nice. You know, that's okay, well, Sure.
That's something like that. I've had a lot of questions about that, and I have made some progress. You know, it seems like having them every year. I made it right.
I know that not a publicized.
You just developed around that. I'm not sure what you do.
Make sure they get content coverage. Okay, let's come back together in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. All right, who has a question about one of these bullet items you'd like to ask that we can address as a group? Let's come over here then. I know you have one. I asked you to repeat it in front of the whole group.
Well, I was just interested in the blueprint because the previous blueprint, 30%, 29% came from the writing. So obviously that blueprint has to change. And also the difficulty came with writing. So a lot of that DOK 3 and 4 was coming from the writing. So therefore, if we're pulling from the test bank, then what does the difficulty look like? Is it the same? And then how are you going to release that blueprint so that we can see how that's parsed out?
Great. Those are great questions. There's a couple in there. Heather, would you mind addressing the blueprint piece? And then I'm going to talk about what the impact of pulling writing out of the scale score is. Okay.
Great questions. So right now, we're still in the draft portion of the blueprint. We're working on some finalization of that piece. I can speak to the DOK 3 still being present in the reading, literature, and informational. So those pieces will still be there. And right now, what we're working on is listening. There's some different discussions regarding the listening piece and what that should look like and what standards should be included. So as soon as that is finalized, then we'll get it in a publication that we can release to the field. So that piece I send it out to you when it's available. Okay.
Do you kind of know a ballpark for that timeline? Like,
We had a content call this morning and it did not get brought up in that call. We're like Darren said, we're over at DoubleTree right now with Questar, so I can ask that question as soon as we get back and get an answer to Jennifer regarding when we're thinking that will be.
okay.
So, yeah, your question about the blueprint actually leads to a broader issue, and that is this comparability of data. So Utah, we're very fortunate. We have 5 years of ELA data on the same assessment. Might not surprise you that lots of states don't have 5 years with the same assessment system, the same standards, right? That's really what the trigger is. Since we've had the same standards and the associated assessment values for 5 years, that gives us something that's valuable. As we've worked with Questar, one of our objectives is to try to maintain that trend data as much as possible. The policy decision to pull writing out of the ELA scale score, because you indicated 30% of the score was coming from writing, creates some challenges for that. So what that means is when we finish testing this coming cycle, we'll have to go through a standards validation process. So for this coming spring, summer, students won't get an immediate score on their ELA score because we'll have to hold that in reserve, go through the standards validation process in the summer, kind of like we're doing with science, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade right now, and then release that data with the hope that those studies will show that we still have confidence, enough confidence that those scores, your score, if you took it with just reading, or took it with reading and writing, and we pulled the writing portion out, there's still enough continuity there that we can continue with that trend score. There's a chance it won't be, but our objective is to maintain that. Our contract with Questar is for 10 years. So lots of things can change, obviously, and the state can terminate that contract at any time they want. But if we're able to maintain that and standards don't change significantly over that period, you could have up to 15 years of trend data with the same set of standards and assessment, which would be amazing for our state. Okay, surely there's some other questions. If somebody's talking to you about this and you have to explain this, I'll come back to you.
I have lots of questions.
Let's give you a pause for just a second.
Okay.
Does anybody else have one? Okay, let's let you lead us.
I'm sorry. Well, it says new interface, appearance of software. So one question that will come from my teachers is how many practice opportunities will kids then be able to practice those haptic pieces and that interface, what it looks like? And are there any interim assessments? We heard there were some coming that we would be able to either form our own from the test bank or access, and what is that timeline? Sorry.
You should go to press conferences because you have a way of stringing a bunch of questions into one. It gets me kind of stressed out, like, oh, I got to keep track of that. That's awesome. So let's go back, and I got myself. The first question is the interface, right?
I feel like I should apologize.
No, I'm impressed. It was a really good question. Wait a minute. So the interface, Questar's been delivering statewide assessments to other states as well, New York, Tennessee, I think Ohio or Indiana previously. And the interface systems, when we adopted SAGE, computer adaptive testing, some of that was really unique and new to our state. And Utah's been a leader in assessment in a number of ways. This won't be one of those. This will be different. The interface will be a different link, and it is available right now. The link to their portal is available on our the assessments webpage under schools.utah.gov. And you pick assessments and then go to RISE, and you'll see a link to go into their portal. The training or practice tests were scheduled to be released, I think, September 5th. There is some functionality there. The vendor has not completed that fully, but you could now get in and look at some of that. So there shouldn't be a loss on your teacher side or student side in that regards. Just be different. The same training modules will be there for you to be able to get in and practice those things. There are benchmarks and interim assessments. Benchmarks are scheduled to go live on October 1. Interim and summative for fall window are scheduled for November 1. And you'll see that in the slides. So you have to write that down. You'll be able to reference that. And your assessment directors, that's the kind of thing they really attend to because they submit district testing plans in the states as well. So I've missed something though, because then you went from the interface to benchmarks we got. Was there one more?
And if we could create our own test.
Oh, yeah. So in the States, because of our goal to be predictive of their performance on the summative, you won't be able to create your own tests like in UTIPS, but the UTIPS tool is still available.
Okay.
And unrelated to this specifically, but still relevant to your field, is there are some items. So 11th grade, all of the 11th grade items we're no longer using, and many of the 9th and 10th grade items we're no longer using because we don't have 9th and 10th grade writing benchmarks available in the Utah Spire. We'll be releasing those items for LEAs, the ones that are available to go into UTIPS, because if their interface works, they'll be uploaded into UTIPS. And the other ones will be available to LEAs to import into your own assessment system. If you're in a large LEA, you have something like School City or one of those vendors. Okay?
Yeah. On the ELA benchmarks, are those going to be scored? When a kid submit them, will those be scored?
I believe so. And the other thing I found out just today that I didn't know was true is teachers will be able to see the questions. This is new. The previous one, they couldn't see the questions. They will be able to this year. So that'll be an advantage or an improvement. We won't necessarily have improvements in every way, switching vendors. At any point we can get an improvement for the field, that's our objective. Any other questions? Back here.
I just want to talk a little bit about, so the scores are not going to be available until end of summer, early fall. Do you have?
Year one. Yeah, and I don't have a date for you. I just know we'll have to schedule the standards validation, standard setting sometime in the summer. The science one just completed a week ago, for instance, with AIR, the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade science, which is the result of it's resulted in us having delay of school report cards until December 10th. Normally, those would have been out by now. So just year one.
So nothing will be available. It's the writing that's holding it up.
No, it's actually, so the writing will actually, they will be able to get, this is a policy decision, do we give the students their writing score? And it won't be a big scale score. It'll be a rubric type score designed for them to be able to use to identify what they need to do better and what they do well. Math, because there's been no changes in standards, will be available. Science will be available instantaneously. It's just the ELA reading.
So the writing will be available. It's just the
It's possible. That one's possible. It's a policy decision. Do we release that? Which I think we're going to end up saying yes to that and just delaying the reading until we can get through it.
Yeah, 5 and 8 be automatic because they don't have the adjustment?
No, they all have an adjustment because the writing's been pulled out of their composite scale score.
Okay. So is the writing rubric the same as previous years?
I'm going to ask Heather if she can answer that
I
question.
believe so. I believe the writing rubric is the exact same.
Okay.
The score reports are going to look quite different, though. You know, with the rubric built right in there, and we're working on putting the final touches.
In a good way.
Yeah.
I've seen the prototypes there.
Sure. Any other questions on this slide? Okay. So what stays the same? We'll go through this really quickly. Still aligned to Utah core standards. Still use the item bank. Utah has spent millions of dollars on developing assessment items over the last 5 years. They're very valuable. We've leased those to other states and made millions of dollars through the leasing process because other states have valued our assessment items. We'll maintain the same performance level descriptors, scale scores, and trend data with the caveat of that ELA reading that we've already talked about. Our hope is to be able to do that. We'll maintain the difficulty, depth of knowledge, interim benchmark assessments are still offered as productivity tools for teachers. Important dates, we're going to skip through that. Do you want to close out this PowerPoint and open up that browser? So we have got, we've worked with a communications company to help create short videos to introduce the RISE. There's a 6-minute video on our YouTube channel. So again, if you go to the RISE tab under assessments, there's also some from parents, and I want to show you one from a parent here, Leanne Wood, and she's explaining the value of the statewide assessment specific to her son and her role as a parent and how it in previous experiences helped her. There's also short clips on here from Board Member Gravia as a teacher, speaking as teacher. Logan Toon is talking about to that question of Why is it important for a student to experience tests in a school setting? We've used those in our social media platforms, and I want to show you this one quick, and then I will be done. You and the work that your teachers are doing in the classroom with your students. So, thank you very much. Heather, turn it over to you. I want to apologize online to those who I just realized I was standing in front of the camera, so those who are online, I apologize. Presentation.
They can hear you.
Hello, I'm Heather Gross again. I'm the elementary ELA assessment specialist, so I work mainly with KEEP, DIBELS, and RISE. I just have a few updates and some data to show you regarding SAGE results over the past, I think, 3 years is what we analyzed. And just to go over a few things. There's lots of slides. But I didn't like it. Okay, here we are. All right, so that's my contact information if you need to get a hold of me. And like Darren reiterated, RISE is going to be for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, writing only in grades 5 and 8. So how do we feel about that? How do we feel about that change? We've had a lot of LEAs reach out regarding writing and having writing no longer a part of several assessments, but we know that we still teach the core. So regardless of what's happening assessment-wise, we have built a lot of strong practices within our state when it comes to writing, and we're going to keep doing that. And I liked all 3 of these, so you choose your favorite one. But we are going to keep calm and write on, or keep calm and keep writing. So across the grade levels, I remember being a 3rd grade teacher, and I remember listening to the 5th grade teachers in my school having like post-traumatic stress after DWA and having all this anxiety over the assessment. If we are doing what we need to across grade levels with that trajectory of writing instruction, we are not going to have certain grade levels who feel that heavy. And we sort of have that in place now. So as long as we keep that sustained, we're going to be just fine. As far as what we have in legislation and code regarding this, it's a computer adaptive test assessment. So legislated is computer adaptive, which it still is. And the only stipulation it has is that writing for students is in at least 5 and 8. So the question went back and forth on why are we mandating writing across all content areas when legislated it's only grades 5 and 8, which is why we landed back where we are now. And it needs to be aligned to the core standards of Utah Public Schools, which it is, and it continues to be. So right now I'm over with content teams at the Juggletree Hotel. Don't go over there and follow us, though. It's really boring. And we're going over item by item, things that were written for this new field test year and determining, does it align with the core? Is it accessible to students? And analyzing each one item by item, distractor by distractor, to ensure that it's a quality assessment and it is aligned to our core. RISE stands for Readiness, Improvement, Success, and Empowerment, and we are going to keep writing. So available tools. The formative tools that we have available this year are Utah Compose. We still have Utah Compose for 1 year. 1 more year, and then we go into RFP. So you will have it grades 3 through 11 for 1 more year, and then we are potentially looking at a new tool for the 2019-20 year, and it's undetermined at this time. It could potentially be something very similar to what we have now. It could potentially not. We'll see how that pans out. And then we also have the benchmarks and interims that were discussed. Right now, USB specialists are in the middle of reviewing the benchmark assessments that have been uploaded and formatted into the RISE platform. So we are going through item by item once again, and I literally will pull up the AIR version and the RISE version, and I am looking for accessibility to look the exact same, for the formatting to look the exact same, as close to as possible, so that we have the exact same result from these assessments, that we're having the students are able to demonstrate their skill at the exact same level. So that's where we're at with that. And the Utah Writing Collection Project. If you have not seen this, I encourage you to click on this link when you get these slides and explore that option. There are writing samples, not exemplars, but samples throughout the state of student writing, and different compilations of writing lessons with rich, aligned curriculum. So that is an option that is available to grades K through 6. We also have a few items that were released. So you may have heard of condition codes last year that were input into the writing scoring. So before last year, we had some little friends who sometimes would do something like type a really great paragraph and then copy and paste it for 5 pages. And they would get a writing score for that until we put in these condition codes, which flag anything that is the student replicated their own writing over 70% of the time, or a student copied the text from the passage set or the stimulus material over 70% of the time across grade levels. So when those were input, what we had to do was release 2 different passages from the Sage Bank, and then have teacher committees evaluate what was too much copying and what was allowable across grade levels. So we released I think it's a 3rd grade passage, what kind of park should we build? And then a 5th grade passage, should we spray herbicides? And these 2 could be used potentially grades 3 through 5 or 5 through 8, and they have been uploaded into Utah Compose now. Once we release them, we set those standards regarding the ratios for condition codes, then we put them in the bank so they can be accessed by teachers. Of course, with Utah Compose, they're not going to grade the same as Sage does, but it still may be a tool that can be utilized by teachers. Utah Compose, to find those, you would go to this link and you would click on prompts, and then you could search on them by name. So if you have these names, you will be able to find them. Data. So when we get into what Sage data has looked like since 2014, we started in 2014 with 42% proficient in our state, and we ended in 2018 with 45% proficient.
I just want to say that's the first time we've ever beat growing. The other content went down. I was very excited, friends.
Yes, we did. We did it. So we went 42, 43, 44, 43, 45. So we came out on top. And that's something to be said when you think of across time, we had our listening, the way listening was assessed changed. We also had condition codes added that changed the way writing happened. And then we also lost a passage and only wrote to 1 the very last year. So there's fluctuations that you'll see across the grades and how that panned out. So brace yourself, data analysis is coming. We have third grade reporting category averages. So I have my notes because I wanted to make sure that everything I saw was accounted for. So reading information, we scored lower than we did in reading literature. In third grade, our students across the state did better in reading literature than they did in reading informational text. Another one that was noticeable is writing. We started high in 2016 and it progressively got lower over the 3 years. From 2016 to 2017 to 2018, it decreased. One thing to take into consideration was a lot of the times we would get calls from LEAs saying, we have this handful of the strongest writers and these teachers are so frustrated because our strongest writers scored low in writing. And we would get in there and be like, oh, they had a condition code. They copied a whole lot. So they looked like a really good writer, and it was probably because it was someone else's writing. So that's the hard part, is that as a human reader, it is really hard to catch that. Computer adapted tests and computer scoring takes that out of it. The way they are able to take out the characters and smash it together and read through the lines to see exactly what was copied, it was a real eye-opener across the state of that's something that as human readers we would miss, whereas the computer was able to catch it and we were able to see that across writing. So that was the eye-opener. In language, we started high and we stayed high. And you'll see that trend across all grade levels as far as 3rd through 6th. We're doing a great job in language. The interesting thing, though, is that language and craft and structure are very similar in their standard setting as far as what the standards are. And so it's interesting because you'll see that correlation in some grade levels and then you won't in other grade levels. Lastly, the integration of knowledge and ideas. This is the most cognitive load and rigor when it comes to comprehension. And in some grade levels, you see that it impacted them, and in others, it's not, which is interesting as well. So the overall score went from 325, 327 to back to 325. So as far as aligning with that overall trend of the highest proficiency in the state, 3rd grade did not align with that data as far as coming out at a higher end that it had in previous years. In 4th grade, we still have reading informational low. We still have listening high, which was different than in 3rd grade. In 3rd grade, it wasn't as high as you see in 4th. And then in writing, you see that we had 2 years of really good writing that we were scoring about the same, and then a slight drop. Also may be indicative of the condition codes. Then in language, we just keep getting higher, and we see that correlation with craft and structure here. But key details, guys. So I thought that was very interesting that our key details in 3rd grade was high, but in 4th grade, it's are we assuming that they have this? Are we not as explicit with this? What's happening there? Because it is not a whole lot lower than integration of knowledge and ideas, which is the most rigor. So I thought that was interesting as well. And this same trend, 4th grade does not align with the overall proficiency increase that we saw statewide. 5th grade was so fun. I geeked out about this. So informational went up. Our reading literature is lower as far as what our students are scoring in 5th grade than our reading informational. Why is this? What's happened in our core? What happens in 5th grade that's different than in 4th? What are we doing differently? Because we have students who are coming out higher in reading informational than they are in reading literature. Listening, though, where we had the other 2 previous years, they did so well in listening, we see that tank in 5th grade. In writing, conditional codes did not affect the input of condition codes. It had no effect. In fact, students scored way higher than they did from 2017 to 2018 with the implementation of condition codes. Also interesting. Language stayed high. Key details, the lowest. Out of craft and structure and integration of ideas, our students are doing the worst on the write their answers. Why? Are we assuming too much? Are we assuming they got this? Because obviously they don't. So That's an interesting find that I did not know.
Do the higher level stuff, like.
Right, right. They were totally able to do this. This stuff they're looking right over. They're not even on it. And overall, they did follow the trend. As far as 396, that's the highest they'd scored coming out in 5th grade, and we did it the last year at stage. 6th grade, remember this is a core change. From 5th grade to 6th grade, the core changes. But once again, we don't see any real difference between reading literature and reading informational. By the time they hit 6th grade, they're scoring about the same in both across the state. Listening, wow. From 5th grade to 6th grade, they figured it out, friends, because they are scoring much higher. One thing that may be, and I might be wrong on this, is there's an input of a media. Media is added in the 6th grade core. And I don't know how much that impacts, if there's a visual piece to it. I'd have to look into that more closely. But again, the condition code did not impact 6th grade either. They were able to score higher than they did in the previous year. Remember, that's one passage versus two. So that's also where there's an analysis internally taking place regarding what that impact was from going from 2 passages to 1, which we don't have the results from. Language stayed high, but we did see a slight decrease. Key details we did the highest in, and now we're back to integration knowledge and ideas being low again. So we know they can do this. We've seen it, but what are we doing differently? And does the data look the same within your LEA alone? Like within your isolated local area, what does the data look like when you disaggregate it like this and look at it? But overall, 6th grade stayed with the trend of scoring higher than they had in the previous years. So take a minute and talk about it. Does your LEA follow these trends? Have you looked into it? What surprised you? What didn't surprise you? You have a few minutes to talk and we'll come back together. Ready, set, go.
I know that integration of knowledge has always been an issue with us. Yeah, listening has kind of changed the test. I remember it was well then at that time, and I don't know if it was just growth bars or was like an issue with the actual test. They couldn't the first year if they wanted to go back and listen, they had to go all the way back to the beginning, and then they kind of next year skew that bar. So they couldn't get to that I'm an active brother. That's a what else? Love Tracy. We love Tracy.
So, on that side, I'm right. We don't have
What about you? Oh, yeah. No, we're actually getting this one in auction. Not all the time. So, trying to think of, I think it was like 2006.
Connection or example or some sort of reiteration or motivation, how it connected, and that would go
Tried doing and then it's last year in high school. It's just expensive, but like the science certification. So many of our kids go.
Right. That's not your own words. But it's not your own. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I guess I'm making
And one. Interesting conversation. Other talking points. Anything you feel like sharing? Because Susan had a point. She said, I'm having this internal struggle because I'm seeing different situations where students were able to organize, especially in third grade, all of that content well, but are falling higher than that 70% mark. Yeah, we saw this too. And the internal conversation with the teachers on these committees was to be a strong writer. On top of organization, we need to have a strong introduction, a strong concluding statement of some sort, and elaboration that ties that evidence into our essay. Why did you choose that piece of evidence? Why is it important to your talking point? And being able to elaborate and connect that point to your essay. So all of that elaboration that goes into building a strong essay, that's the piece overall that we went out and did statewide trainings on last year. It was all about elaboration and how to build that piece and connecting, summarizing, giving examples, whatever relates to the student enough that helps them understand and helps them present to their audience, this is why this is here. This is why I chose this evidence. Yes?
I have what's probably going to be an unpopular view. Her department really pushed back on allowing kids to have too much time on writing. And it's been my experience that the revision process is really the powerful part of writing.
Right.
So when we didn't allow kids time to revise those essays, we saw our writing scores dramatically drop. When we ignored your advice, we saw our writing scores increase 105 points school-wide.
Interesting.
So I think part of the trend that you're seeing there is I think in an effort on your behalf to control internal controls on that, we actually took away from the revision process in writing.
One thing that we did notice, because we were worried about that too, we have a large piece of the field that's really concerned with the amount of time they're in the writing assessment specifically, potentially led to the removal of it. And half of the field that feels very strongly that it needs to be there because it's part of the process. What we found internally when analyzing the time data is that after the recommended mark, student scores went down statewide. So if the students were in the assessment longer than the recommended mark, they wrote themselves out of a good essay. So what we started seeing was a lot more elaboration, disconnect. There was almost a feel that the longer I write, the better my score will get. And we lose organization and we lose focus sometimes when that happens. So it's a fine line. It's a fine line where we're trying to make sure we're doing what's right by kids. And it might depend more solely on LEA professional decision-making regarding what's allowable and with teachers making that decision. So the recommendation is based off the data showing that we saw a significant decrease after a certain amount of time the students were in the assessment, which could lead to those students who are really struggling and have that writer's block and are just sitting in front of a screen staring. So it's hard to know, right, for every student and making generalizations across the entire state regarding that. But thank you for that point, because there's varying opinions regarding how much time and why, and it's good to get all of those opinions out there so that everyone sees each other's perspective. If we move on, do we have any other comments, questions, thoughts? If we move on, this sort of talks to how many students were taking the assessment per year. So in 2016, 17, and 18, how many students we had. So in 2016, in third grade, we had 4,604. In 2017, we had 4,577. And in third grade, we had 49,445. So if we look at cohorts, what we saw, I'm going to switch one slide, is that when we look at the cohorts, we had certain grade levels where we saw an opt-out increase, and then it went back away. For whatever reason, last year we had a higher opt-out rate, and then we saw that decrease back again. So we had fluctuation in how many students took. Some of the increase may be due to growth in our state, and some of it was due to less opt-outs statewide. So it's interesting if we look at this cohort data, we have some LEAs that have done that and gone through and look at whether the proficiency stayed the same from year to year. This being the same cohort or group of students from 4th, 5th to 6th grade and where their proficiency went. And then also looking at how many students we're testing within our LEA for different grade levels as well. So just a different way of looking at that data. And knowing that this asterisk means that the writing changed in this year and it's still being analyzed, that impact. So professional learning opportunities, things that we have happening throughout the state to help our teachers. So we have one session occurring in St. George on best practices for using Utah Compost. It's a training there, and it's done by Kim Rathke. If you want more information regarding that, you can contact her here, and these are the MIDAS registration numbers for those trainings. And then this one, these ones are Pathways trainings. This is these are done by Stephanie Stoller. They are Pathways of Progress, and this is the foundational skills. So when we're looking at these different trainings, these are the first set that I would do, and these trainings are to help build out those foundational skills and Pathways of Progress, how we use those tools, and it's really the basics, how to get going with Pathways. This one right here, if you're interested in Mazer Training Center in Vernal, let us know. This one is more by invitation, and it's for Uinta School District, so we're trying to work with them to, if there is space, allow surrounding areas to attend if they're interested. So contact me if this is the one you want to go to. And the MIDAS course numbers at the bottom. And then these trainings, the data analysis, this is after you've got a really good hold on Pathways of Progress, or at least some idea of what Pathways of Progress is, then you can come to these ones and look at data analysis. So these happen at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year. They're a 2-day event. The first day is for administrators and coaches. The second day is for coaches, those same coaches and teachers. And we are looking at how to look at your data from DIBELS, how to build an action plan moving forward to middle of the year, and having those conversations with potentially other administrators regarding what's working, what's not, where you're moving with that. These happen, we have 4 different locations for beginning of the year, and then you could potentially register for the whole year and also set up for when you're going to go at MOI and EOI. MOI, reevaluating plans, making tweaks if necessary, analyzing the data and growth that you've seen from BOI, and then EOI, looking back at what was done and then building an action plan for potentially the next school year. So those are the trainings. We do have this now, this link. Don't stay tuned, it's here. And I think you have it on your flyer. We had Amplify and MClass are the ones who are helping us, we're partnering with them for these trainings. They are in the final publication. They're trying to get those communications finalized edit-wise. So as soon as those are released to us, we will release them to you. And that is all for me. Yes.
So with Kim's training that she's doing on Utah Compose, you only have it down in St. George. Are you going to offer it up further north?
So Kim does them periodically. I think this is the only one she has currently scheduled. She's also really great about going to specific schools and LEAs. So if you are interested in having a training, let her know so that she either knows a good area to potentially book one, or that she could plan one with your LEA specifically.
Yep.
Welcome. Any other questions? Hey, thanks for letting me crash the party. All right, we're gonna take our break. You look like you need to move out for a moment, so let's take a 10-minute break. Lots of rest go down by the elevator. We will come back in 10 minutes, which will be 10:44. I
I thought it was just for.
Oh, with the small level stuff, they can access that. So go to spring.
That's where I'm thinking
Hopefully, though, you're using one possible.
We don't talk about I debated about teachers. How it's I was like, never. And then last week, I was like, oh my
And then they left like all the old, like, what, gonna get approved or rejected, they need to tier two, but, what do you plan?
Okay, to get to that, that's on the teacher side. Okay, so all teachers have access, so they go here, have this icon.
I don't want to.
It's given some different
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I never see it true, and I could not unpack.
It's such a.
And I said that you probably
Okay, so let's go there.
I said, no, I'm thinking about, that's tier two. I'm not thinking about you, I'm thinking about tier two. I said, she's my own every
Hold down. This is not. Yeah, and now let's hold. This should not hold down, but it's yeah, this yeah. And just not learning how to read your seat that way. So you just have, yeah, and I did, I've been doing it. All right, fun. Yeah.
Sherry and I went to our math institute. And then we had this.
So it's probably all different shares.
She
does for some days.
Who does?
So you're the one that should get an email.
Right. That's how I did know that. Right. I'll learn back. Oh, I did know that because I knew that God was the same. How do you know?
No, because we represent them, right? No. I don't think that's out right now. When they first started talking about it.
Yes, I
Email this out, like, oh, yeah, and they're funny.
Yes,
And that's very, that's something else. And
Let's talk about one or two kids.
I'm serious.
And the doctor,
See what they say. Right. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna write. The health
That's it. And then we have some data. I used to be a teacher's
When you've been in the hospital for 5 years.
Yeah.
There's no way for her to do
It's nice. And yes, Emily is aware.
I don't know, but I know a lot like this.
Yeah. I'm making it.
How are you? I know.
All of our sister
And my Michael. Oh,
Because somehow,
wrong teacher, wrong grade.
Oh, yeah. I have my.
and everybody else, they went to like 12:35. Then they said, if you're coming back for secondary, you just don't get lunch.
Yes, it's hard. That was so easy.
Yeah, this is the wrong position.
I did not even go to okay, right?
She said.
You can go tell me that it's your, it was. And
like,
you
oh,
hold it.
well, I have it right, and it's,
Okay. Now, so click on the blue and then now what?
So not even ready to.
You're small. So what we do is by a 9.
Here's an option not to
So that will show you that. And it's there's a couple of
try and wrap up assessments. We don't usually do this much with assessments and all the changes. Felt like all right, so for Keith, when Erica walks second, she'll continue, but I'm gonna start to keep us on time. So we're gonna do some Keep updates. One of them was related to the opt-out thing, so we've covered that already. We have reporting mechanisms in place that we want to make sure you're aware of. There's the school level, there's the individual student level, there's the class level, there is an LEA level report. If you're not seeing it when we show you how to access it, it's because you don't have the right level of access. So you'll either need to ask for someone to give you that report or ask for the right level of user access. Okay. So when we get to that point, I'll try and help you. But we also have a state level report. I don't even have access to it. I don't know who does, but someday we'll find it. So lots of reports now up. So in terms of the Keep entry, you guys have done a great job trying to roll this out and roll with the kinks and the system not working. The big hiccup still is the Keep students who took it last year, and it's saying there's still data in there from last year. The repeaters is what I'm calling them. We have that resolved in terms of the contractor as of Thursday. We just have to get the rollout on our system this week. So we anticipate that to be rolled this week. As soon as it's ready, we'll email you and the assessment directors to say, hey, go ahead. You can go put in those repeaters data now. It should be this week that that'll be able to happen. So it's coming. It did bring us some awareness of how many kids are repeating kindergarten. It's a little frightening how many emails we got around this. You may have experienced that. Celine and I were talking, like, it's more than we would have thought. So it made us have some awareness we didn't even think was a problem. We have some kids who went and took the test last year and they scored so low the parents decided to keep them back. Like, we'll just wait another year. But then we do have a large percent of the population, more than I would expect, repeating kindergarten. So we'll do some data analysis on, did that impact them in a positive way of doing kindergarten again, or was that necessarily not the best solution? Just things to consider. So you have the Keep entry in the data gateway. Again, you just log in, it'll say Keep, My Tools kind of thing. You have individual student reports, which are way better this year. Hopefully you're liking those. We have a new feature coming that will be even more handy for your teachers. You can download the class scores. You can pull the individual student report, whatever way it works for the teacher, what they want. The individual student report, that's the piece that we should be sharing with parents. It goes in by item of what the kid performed. It's very telling. It gives true, accurate display of what the students have gotten. So you've got those options of how to pull those. This is what the student report looks like. It starts out with the level descriptors. It tells you what point values you kind of had to score and what you were most likely capable of doing. And then you've got the actual item by item analysis. So this is a page that we would hope that will be shared with parents maybe at conferences, or even it automatically generates, so we can sit down with the parent depending on what those meetings look like and share. But it's going to tell them what letters their kid got, what they didn't, and really kind of hit that level of detail. So then you've got your school report. When you're in looking at the piece on a particular school, there'll be a little icon at the top for your school report. If you want to see how your school did, if you're an LEA, like a charter, you've got the school report there. You won't need the LEA level report. If that's not showing, again, it's your user level. And I will let Erica take over because she did it.
All right, thanks. Sorry about that. So if you're an LEA, so if you're new like me, LEA is local education agency. It's just a faster way to say district and charter and include everybody. And if you have that, you'll have a report that looks just like the school report, but it's for your whole district, or not needs to be district, because, or if you have multiple schools in your charter. So if you click on that report, it'll bring you to a report that looks like this, where you have your overall reporting, and it gives you the average of the points earned. So it's not the average of what's that 80% of the students pass the assessment, it's 80% of the students met on that item. If that makes sense. So it's the percentage of the item. So it has that for literacy and numeracy. And then it also has, it has them ranked by their last name. So we can see whether the numbers are mixed over years. It's in alphabetical order, but it has them by level 1, level 2, and level 3. So this is a great report at the school level because then you can see where your students are at and where they're falling. It's not as helpful if a district's looking at it because it's everybody in the district. But that report is available at the LEA level. All right, and then coming soon to you is something that will hopefully, if your teacher's excited about it, is using reports that we will search it by item and filter by score. And then it'll be available for both entry and exit. And then similar reporting will be available for exit.
So on that report that you just showed previously, the LEA report, is this available now or is it when everyone has submitted? Like is it sort of live-ish or is
It's live, so it'll keep changing.
It'll keep
until the
changing.
data is submitted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah.
Is this available for the exit class screen?
It's coming. Right. Still setting growth scores. We have cut scores, but we're still setting growth scores and we're not setting, and then we're building reports. Now we had to get entry built because it takes quite the process. So exit probably won't be just late until I would expect December is when our contract is up. That is when they're supposed to be done. So that's our hope is by December. That doesn't help you at all for looking at what happened last year. Unfortunately, this is how new assessments go. We have to wait for these uncomfortable timelines to make it happen. But some really good things are coming. With things like now, like keep entry so much better already than it was last year. Keep exit will be similar. Yeah, and the individual student report is actually really great with being able to get this out to parents and for teachers to use. And I just want to make sure that on this, what's great about this button, and Jennifer talked about this, but you can choose one individual student report where it says student report, or where it says individual student scores. That's the whole list of the entire class. So it shows the individual report, but then you can put them all. Go back to your last slide. So for we're calling it the item analysis report. What we were asked for before was like a pivot table with Excel charts that they could sort like, okay, who doesn't know letter S? So we've created a much easier system than an Excel sheet. So if you try to do Excel with teachers, some of them struggle, and that is not going to be our best solution. So it's basically, here's the item, here's the kids' names, here's how they performed. I want to look at whoever missed B, it'll sort, and it'll just show you the 3 kids who missed B. So it'll be down to the item by item analysis. So I'm calling it the item analysis report. Teachers will be able to say, I want to know if we're teaching S next week, which kids didn't know S when I started the year, that kind of thing. So next year it'll be up and running out the gate. Right now it's a little delayed because it's a new feature that we wanted to make sure we added. Continued enhancements, I guess is how I would say it, but hopefully for exit block, that piece will already be done. Not that it'll be super helpful for kindergarten, but it might be helpful for first grade teachers who want to kind of see what are those kids' skills coming in with. So that piece will be super nice. So it kind of looks like this, but it'll be like the kids' names, and then it'll have A across the page, and it'll list, okay, here's the kids who didn't know B. You click, and it'll close off everybody who did and just show you the kids who didn't. So it'll be a nice feature when it's ready. That should be out soon, actually, probably by the end of the month. But again, it might not be timely enough to be useful, depending on how much instruction has occurred in the first few weeks of school. So that's basically it for reports. Are there any questions at this point about KEEP reports? We need our KEEP.
I emailed Jennifer about this, but has anyone written a cover letter like before you send home the KEEP report to each student? Or are you guys just having people send home, or I just was curious about that.
How are you communicating on your KEEP reports? I mean,
Probably worried about just sending data home, you know. Here you go.
Here you go.
don't know what this came from or what it means. All right, well, if Celine crafts something, we'll let that be shared with all of you. But if you're shy or you're online and you're willing, that you've already crafted some communication, you can share that with me and then I can disperse it. We all can benefit from just sharing our resources rather than everyone crafting a letter. If one person crafts one, we can share that and then we can refine it based on our local needs. But we do probably need a way to communicate. If you're not going to offer it at parent conferences, then it's going to get mailed home or shared through the Monday envelope or whatever. It'd be nice to have more than just a report so people know what it is and what it means for their child. Okay, thank you. All right, Karen, you're up. So I invited Karen and Nadine to come do some LEA spotlight. Karen is from Brandon School District. Nadine is from Washington County. I saw Nadine yesterday. I was down in St. George and she was like, I can't come now. I'm like, okay, it's fine. So Karen's going to lead the show around this LEA spotlight. They've been doing some work around the dyad reading that we've been talking about and some great outputs to share and some kind of preliminary pieces. So we're going to share some of that data with you and just their experiences to kind of spotlight the practice that seems to be working. Oh, I had a couple of other slides. For those of you that don't know what dyad reading is, in case you haven't been with me the last couple of years, this is where kids read together with a strategic partner that's more capable than the struggling reader in text that's 2 to 3 years above their level of reading ability, but given the scaffolding of a peer. So those are kind of the two big pieces. And then, I think the rest is you. Oh, that's us. That's you. Is that all right? Yeah, I just wanted to kind of set the stage. It's when two kids are reading side by side in one book with a choral reading, but it's more difficult than what the lower reader can kind of handle.
She just wanted me to take a couple of minutes and tell you what we're doing in Granite with this. Last year, at the beginning of the year, this has been going on for quite a while. We've been kind of flatlining in 2nd grade and 3rd grade, and we wanted to do something now, to see if we can change that. And so we decided to implement dyad reading. And it was a high-yielding evidence-based strategy. So we started this mid-year in November. We started with PDs with coaches and principals, and I'm not going to go into all the details, but so we started with PD and started the ball rolling. We also took this into our home connection work. One of the charges from our board was to have more home and parent engagement, and so we decided to use dyad reading because it's something is extremely easy to teach a parent how to do this at home. So we made these commercials, and this is on YouTube, and there's a direct link right here. So in your slides, you can go right to this link, and it's a YouTube one. This is one of our PTA presidents and their students showing how to do dyad reading at home. And we also created some parent handouts in English and Spanish on just quick tips on and kind of how to do it, just outline how to do it. These are some other resources we created for our teachers to use it in their classrooms and at home. We've made bookmarks. On one side it shows the routine, on the other side it shows the Lexile level of the student, because you need to know the Lexile level. So you can go 2 grade levels, 2 to 3 grade levels above. Just kind of there to where you're using more complex text for students. And then this partnership reading worksheet was for classroom. So those are just some of the resources we put together. These are some of the highlights. We did not collect real hard data just because we started at the middle of the year. And these are a couple of the spotlights from the work we did. One of our Title I schools, a very highly impacted Title I school, probably has about 96% free and reduced lunch. Their 2nd and 3rd grade students went increased students on benchmark by 24%. For that school was very significant. This is a classroom, just one classroom's data in the different areas of how they increased in their spotlights. Some unintended outcomes that we received were our very reluctant readers or very excited about reading. Many parents This didn't just happen, just a few. Many parents were coming, what are you doing with my child? Because all of a sudden they love to read. They've never loved to read. And so these are some of our students. And we did a video, this is a video, and you can probably access that too, talking about how they love diet reading. They don't like missing diet reading. If something has to get cut out of the day, it should not be. They do not like that. Some professional development opportunities that we provided for our teachers. We have a conference at the beginning of the school year, and we offered sessions on that. And we also offer after-school classes for our teachers. And all of our, anytime we get an opportunity to do PD, it's very focused on the high-yielding evidence. Also, this was another thing that came out. Our school libraries now are willing to put Lexile levels on the back of their books with all the new books that are coming in, and they even have offered to go back and retrofit our library. And also, this is something that Jennifer has been involved with and helped with. Our county libraries came to me and said, how come all your kids are coming in and asking for books on their Lexile levels? I said, well, it's because we're doing diet reading in school, and they need to know that, and they want to know, have books on their Lexile level. So Jennifer went to libraries and got their, I don't know what they're called, their libraries.
Yeah, their youth service librarians.
So they now have offer parent instruction on how to do diet. And I will tell you, from mid-year to the end of the year, we had a bump in our third grade scores of readers. So it's working.
What school again? Where?
Grant School District. Have any questions? It's really fast.
How often do they dyad read?
Okay, the good question. Daily in the classroom. At home, we suggest 3 to 4 times a week for 30 minutes. Is the suggestion.
How long in the classroom?
In the classroom, it's usually 15 to 20 minutes.
You have enough, in your classroom, you have enough to pair kids up 2 or 3 grade levels, or do you do cross grade?
The way you do it, there's instructions. The building readers manual, there's some really good detailed instructions in it. But what you do is you take your whole classroom and help rank them. You cut it in half, and then you match them up. So you have,
I would say 1 and 16.
Yes. Yes.
My way, 15 and 30. So you match them up that way, and then you base the reading difficulty of the book on the lower reader. So 2 to 3 grade levels above the lower reader in the pair. So if it's 1 and 16, I'm basing it off of number 16's ability and going 2 or 3 years above that. Generally, the partner is able to support. It might be a little challenging, but it's generally in their kind of wheelhouse. So the stronger reader can handle the 2 or 3 years. It's probably more where they are. And if you have kids that are really struggling, we triad them. So if they're reading 8 words a minute as a 4th grader, they go into triad setting. Diet probably not sufficient support for those.
Another thing our parents have really appreciated about this is it takes, most teachers will say, go home and read with your kid, which is good. This just bumps it up another level, and you get more return on your investment, I guess. Yeah, and we've all sat and read with a struggling reader before, and you know how tedious that is. This makes reading at home fun again.
So the reason I'm having your spotlight is we ended up doing a pilot program down in Washington County in Nadine School District. For those of you that know Nadine, the director down there, we've offered a little stipend to teachers to try out the strategy and to share their data with me to kind of see, does this work? So I have those kind of results from that study. So we had 2nd through 5th grade teachers participate. We had 1 2nd grade, 3 3rd, 2 4th, and 1 3 5. It does not add up to 8. That's because one of them's a 4-5 split. So those of you checking my math, it's okay. One is a split class, which you have 4th and 5th graders. The average Lexile gains are down below. So if you want to kind of take a look at that. 5th grade, I need to go and investigate. It is an outlier compared to the rest of the data in terms of it's only 117 Lexiles. I'm going to show you what the state average in Lexile gains are, just so you can kind of see. But I would expect at this point, you're looking at that going, that's a lot of Lexile gains, right? Like 469 in 4th grade, that's a pretty significant gain. national research would suggest that kids in fourth grade would gain about 118 Lexiles per year. Our state data is actually much more significant than that. So I'm going to share that with you. But in terms of just what nationally is happening, we are well outperforming in these classrooms at 333 Lexiles on average. Here's what the state data, so you can look at your own kind of Lexile growth data too. Looks like, so the first column is what we're going to look at for all, and then it goes by the benchmark category. So you can see like our well above benchmark kids grow the least in terms of their Lexiles. I think most of you would anticipate that. It's interesting to see how much our reds are growing. So they are making some gains, they just aren't necessarily getting out of the red zone. So in terms of what we have, the average gain in second grade is 269. The DIAD classroom, 173 Lexiles above that for their average. Then we've got the third grade group, 115 Lexiles above the average of what's happening at the state level. 246 Lexiles above in fourth grade on average. And like I said, fifth grade seems to be the outlier. I need to go see what those teachers were doing differently at negative 83. I have got to investigate this because this seems odd. There was a special ed group. It was just special ed kids in that particular target, but they actually did better than the two classes that weren't special ed in their Lexile games. So I honestly don't know if it's an implementation thing. Like maybe they didn't do the more difficult text. I'm going down next month to figure it out. So in terms of just Lexile games, if we can improve Lexiles without kind of difference in 15 minutes a day, I think it's a powerful tool. Granted, this is the first year I've seen since I've been here enhancements in their data. It's the highest you guys have ever been in at least 5 years of looking at data. And part of this is just getting teachers to take it on. They've been doing it in their after-school programs in Granite as well. Some of their programs are doing it as an after-school part, as their literacy portion of the day, having the kids partner. That's gone really well. Some of it's fidelity, right, getting the people trained and following the model. But it's pretty easy. Once you get kids partnered, they read for 15 minutes and they talk about what they're reading. So it's not a very hard system once you get it up and running. It is leveling your books and that kind of thing. If you're interested in learning more about DIAD, if this is kind of a new concept to you, feel free to reach out. I've got some resources I can share with you to kind of get you trained up. We are building an online course to send out across the state so that teachers can train themselves on DIAD if they're interested. So we've got some resources that will come out to provide some further support. We've built some bookmarks, just some things that we can share at the state level. This one is for students, this one's for parents. The only thing that changes is the write down unknown words where kids are writing down vocabulary in the classroom, where at home they should be talking about the book with their child as they read, so that when vocabulary comes up, they have those interactions. There is the Building Reader Toolkit, which is our parent version. It is in English and Spanish now, so if you're interested, it's on our website. I also dropped them into the Google Drive, so you'll have those available if you want to send them out electronically or take a look at those. And then the DIAD course that I talked about, I did a little short snippet of doing DIAD with my daughter to train the librarians. It's not the best video ever made, but it's on YouTube if you need to find it. So you can see me and my daughter reading in DIAD in 30 minutes just to kind of give the librarians an idea of what it looks like.
The DIAD reading course, what's the time constraint? What does it look like?
It's going to be like a self-guided course. It's going to be a 1-credit course. It's generally going to probably take them a few hours to get through, and then they'll get one USB for that course. We're just trying to build awareness, and at grassroots level, if teachers want to take it, they can. If you guys want to share it once it comes out, I'll share the link with you. It will be a self-enrolled course. They just go in, say, I want to take this, and when they're finished and completed the task, it'll give them a certificate of completion. That's kind of how we plan on making this where no one's monitoring it. It's just done. So any questions on that? Sorry, I've got my list. Okay. So just something, I'm going to try and do LEA spotlights of good things happening out in your school districts that I'm hearing about so you can learn from each other. But definitely Karen and Nadine are outreach points for this one. Nadine we did this kind of as a pilot project, and now they're training the coaches and they're going to get it rolling in the district on more of a district-wide scale this year. They had the rollout of a new core program, so they've been focusing on that. But in October, DIAD reading is coming to Washington County. Yes.
How did so they were paired, how did the higher reader
Good
grow?
question. Yeah, so in terms of the study that was done, the higher readers outperformed kids that were in classrooms that were doing silent reading during this time. So they actually saw more gains and growth. Yeah, because we wanted to see were the high kids harmed in the process of this, and I actually
I just wondered if they
Like, did they have benefits? So they outperformed kids that were in a silent reading environment. So just a different way. A lot of teachers still engage kids in what I call silent sustained staring. And this would be a little more accountable and productive. It seems to have a better outcome for you. So that is diet reading. Let's move back to early literacy plan updates. Erica and Sarah have some additional just kind of reminders, check-ins, make sure we're all clear. With so much newness this year, we just want to make sure we're being as clearly communicative. So it feels like I already know this for some of this. Good. Means we've done our jobs and you are informed, but there might be one or two things that you're like, oh, I didn't know that.
All right, so when I put the slide together, we've had sent feedback, or we've been in communication with 80 LEAs, now we're up to 85, so yay. The final approval deadline, so this means that it needs to go to your school board and be approved, and then emailed back to us. The deadline for that is October 1st. So we're still, if you want feedback from us before it goes to your board, we're still able, I have the most free-ish schedule, so I'm looking at those as fast as I can. I got 3 new ones the end of last week that I'm working on right now, getting that feedback back. So we're trying to be as quick with our feedback and turn around with our feedback as we can in this next couple of weeks, 12 days until October 1st. I'm going to go quickly through the components, and I'm just going to highlight some of the things that if you've received feedback, maybe these are some of their things. So if you haven't submitted it yet, to be thinking about that as you're going through this. So the first part of the plan is just your literacy block broken down. So if you receive feedback on this section, maybe in the duration, you put 2 hours on every single one. And so we realize it's a 2-hour literacy block, break it down for us. And then the evidence-based strategies and curriculum, another reason they may have come back, like Jennifer said earlier, this year, if you have at least one evidence-based item in there, we're letting pretty much anything go this year. And then if you do fail, then we look at that section a little closer. On the second section, it described the assessments used for core instruction and intervention to make instructional decisions and ensure interventions are aligned to student diagnostic needs. So the most common place for feedback here was it was just the list of the assessments. So we really do want you to describe what is the assessment assessing, what are you doing with that information, how is it really helping the aligning instructional needs for the students in core instruction and interventions. So taking a minute to really describe that out. Then in part 3, describe the tiered evidence-based intervention system available to struggling students that read, to help them read proficiently. So we're looking for what does your tier 2 block look like? Who teaches it? What curriculum's being used? Same for tier 3, how are students able to move between the tiers and eventually exit the tiers? What kind of systems do you have in place for that? 4, describe the professional learning opportunities that will be provided using these funds for K-3 teachers, literacy coaches, interventions. So if you're using the funds for professional learning opportunities, list it there. We had some LEAs, honestly, I've looked at so many, I don't know which ones specifically, but some have said, we don't use the funds, but these are the opportunities that the funds aren't going for the opportunities, but here are the opportunities that we have this year that support our goals, and that's fine. So then with the goals, one of the things to remember is there is the state growth goal. So 60% of first through third graders will make typical or better progress on DIBELS. That does not need to be included in your local goals. So your local goals are based on 2 are required. You can have up to 4. We've had some goals come in that are K3, we've had some that have chosen one for each grade level. We've had a lot of variety coming in, which is great because you're really getting into what's important for your specific district or charter's needs. What we need to look at right here is, right here I put the how the goal needs to be written. This was something that Sarah and Jennifer talked about in the training this summer, was the by the date, who's responsible, what will change, by how much, what evidence-based strategies, and then the why or the purpose. And then just making sure that it's matching the data or we're using the right reports. That's a lot of the feedback that we get in that section. So for the timeline again, October 1st, make sure you're submitting it to this email address, the Early Literacy Plan 18 at schools@utah.gov. If you send it to us, we may eventually get to it. Sometimes it gets buried in those emails that we get in our personal work emails. So it's really important that it's going to the Early Literacy Plan inbox because we are checking that one daily, and so it will get addressed sooner if it's submitted there. It must be reviewed and approved by your local board. This is something that's new with the new legislation. It has to be approved by your local board. And then
To add to that, because one of you were like, oh, we did it in study session. Doesn't count. Open public meeting is what's in legislative code. It has to be during a real board meeting. So it cannot be a study session experience. Might be a little late for some of you. So just keep that in mind. We will be talking about compliance here in a little bit, but it needs to be an open public meeting where there can be public comment.
So we did our first reading in open public board meeting, and then they wanted to do the second reading in study session.
I think as long as it went at some point to open public, I would see that as.
You want to do second and then
Yeah, I just want to make sure the public has that opportunity to weigh in.
Okay, so this is the part where I'm going to scare you a little bit more, like Jennifer said. So it is.
You want to wake earlier.
It is the plans, the written plan. So what we just went through is due by October 1st, has to be approved by your local board and sent back to the Early Literacy Plan email. Your budget also has to be in by 11:59 p.m. on October 1st. So everything's due October 1st. Then we have 3 weeks from October 1st to review and give final approval. Some of you may already have that approval because you've already gone to your board, and then we're waiting for you to input the budget at this point to finish up this process. But everything has to be in by October 1st. If you come back, you submit it by October 1st, you've gone to your board, and we feel that there needs to be some revisions made, then you have until December 1st to get the plan back to us, and it has to go back to your local board to approve the new revised plan.
And that would need to be another open meeting, or like she said, it necessarily wouldn't, or it would because you've revised it?
It's a great question. I think it depends on how significant the changes are.
That makes sense.
If you're significantly changing your goals, or if you're just having to add a curriculum, to me, that's more like, we're good with this board, we're out. But if you're having,
If we're revamping,
the goals have been the most problematic. We had somebody try and go through the board before they came to us, and then they're like, we publicized this. I'm like, I'm sorry, but the goals are wrong. So we're trying to not cause that impact for you all. Most of you are great about checking in with us prior to taking it to your board, because I think all of you don't really want to have that pain and anguish that comes with it. But if that happens, it is possible. That's where it would be more like full open board, and we can have that conversation if you end up in that state. Is the study session sufficient for this revision, or will we need to go to open public meeting? It's really going to depend on the amount of revision that's required. If it's a little tweak here and there, one, we're trying not to make you go back if you've been approved by your board if it's like a minor issue. We'll just be like, hey, next time, do this. But if it's something significant that really should be revised, we will have you go back to your board. We can be flexible on whether it needs to be a full meeting or a study session experience.
perfect, thank you very much.
Will the email come from one of you?
Yes.
Or if our thing is approved, then?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a great question. So even though you're sending it to the Early Literacy Plan, inbox. It'll come from one of the three of us saying that your plan has been pre-approved. Now you can take it to your local board, or if you go to your local board first and you're looking for final approval, then it'll come from one of us again saying, great, you have USBE's approval. Now make sure your budget's in.
Budget's a big thing.
Budget is a really big thing. It's really scary. We don't have control over that this year. So you have, if revisions are needed, you do have until December 1st to take it back to your local board. Yes.
On the application, it says December 15th. Because we understand that if our plan is not approved by December 15th, we forgo our early literacy program funds.
That's what was our impression. That is not what's true and accurate.
This is what's in legislation.
So the application is not right.
Well, and also the December 15th date is only for those who, they've all been submitted by October 1, right? That December 15th date is the goal for, if we requested revisions, you can't be making those in January. It has to be December 15th.
I just
So
was
that's what that date is for, right? I completely understand why that might seem confusing, so hopefully that.
December 15th is really for your plan. The budget is, dead drop date is October 1. It's your plan that the last date of which you have to submit it December 1, and then we have 2 weeks to get back to you. That like, yeah, you're good to go, or you don't get funds this year.
So USBE final approval would be by December 15th.
We don't anticipate any of you not getting funds, other than if you don't turn in your budget.
And then I'm sorry.
We've got no,
We just don't.
we have no recourse, friends. We just want to be really transparent.
Yes.
You have a question?
So when we submit it, so if we've submitted it to you and then you gave us feedback and we sent it back and you said, looks good, and then it went to our board, now we once again submit it to that. And do you need, is that sufficient, or do you need a copy of the board meeting agenda?
As long as you've got the general assurances changed, so they were check mark boxes on the original template. If you change those to check marks or X's and say, hey, in your email, it's helpful for us that we know this went to our board last night, it approved, here you go. That's enough for us, because then we'll compare it, make sure that it matches what we said before in our feedback, and then we'll give you final, we'll say, it's great, it's approved from USBE, now make sure your budget's in.
When we submit our plan via email, can you send us back an email letting me know that you've received it?
I know we were doing that, but then we got an influx of them. So, but usually it's, right now I think we've been able to keep up within about a 2-week turnaround.
Sometimes sooner.
So yeah, we've been a lot of times sooner than that. So if it's been a couple of weeks and you haven't received, let us know. What I want you to do right now is turn to someone next to you, and I want you to ask them, what will happen if my budget is not in Utah grants by October 1? Where'd he go?
You're not going back to
I will cry.
Yeah, everybody, all my coaches,
Oh, yeah, right.
Which makes me nervous.
Hopefully we're instilling some of that urgency that the next part is, this is what Utah grants looks like. If you haven't been there before, this will most likely be something that your business administrator inputs the budget, so it really is a follow-up conversation with them. Right now, we haven't looked today, but on Friday, we've only had 2 LEAs input their budgets into Utah Grants. So we've had 85 plans, which is great. We are so excited about that. Now we want to make sure that your plans are funded. So please, please, please follow up with your business administrators. These are a couple of links that you can pull up to find out information about your budget. If you're like, I don't know what this money, how much money this is, and it's a significant chunk. 94% of the funds last year were used to help fund salaries for reading specialists and interventionists. So putting a little more urgency that people's livelihoods are at stake in a lot of instances with this funding. So please make sure that it's in by October 1. Yeah, you go back to that.
So we could.
We're trying to get that. These are all in the Google Drive as well.
It's our security blanket for those that are more.
It is.
I'm the parent. I'm old school. I thought the thing was yellow and black, so you gotta work with this. Sorry, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. The other one.
I want the other one.
Oh, yeah, the other one.
The
Yeah,
grant one.
me too.
Hey, grant one. No, one
No.
more, next one.
There you
Yeah,
go.
no, wait just a minute.
Take a picture. I promise I loaded the slides. You have them.
You get it, but it's just,
I actually
you know,
have
the power.
safety numbers.
It's in my pocket. It's great.
So your budgets are on USB's website every year. And so the second link is the actual file. Page 30, if for districts, and page 90 for charters is where those funds are broken down. But it's significant. It could be 20,000 to hundreds of thousands. Please get your budgets in. Please talk to your business administrators. There's absolutely nothing that we can do if the budget's not in by October 1st. Any questions?
And just to kind of add to what Erica was saying, as far as the budgets, you'll notice in Utah Grants, if your business administrator and you are good friends, that it's missing the matching piece. This is only for districts. Charters don't have to match. So, or if you are a district, make sure you talk to your business administrator. They should have gotten an email from Utah Grants directly that said, make sure that you are entering the matching piece, and it tells them where to put that. Because it's not directly in as it was prior to now in UCA. It's not set up that way. So just so you know, they have to enter that matching piece and what levy they're using in a specific section. So it's all in there. They did get the email. If they did, you can always reach out to me, or you can reach out to the Utah Grants Help Desk too as well. They're very helpful and get back.
One last thing before I get started too. Read through your plans before you submit them. Make sure it only says K3. We've had a couple that have been sent to us where in the literacy block, they put K5 or K6. We know you're doing it K5 or K6, but this is K, yes.
Thank you for teaching.
This is K3 funding, and these are public documents. And so it needs to say just K3 anytime if you're using grade levels.
All right, so just a friendly reminder, it is currently the DIPL's beginning of year testing window, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. I know a lot of you are already done or very close to being done with your testing. Knowing that, just remember again this month, September 30th, that is the actual last day of the window. And then the beginning of your data is due in your vendor system. So whether that's DMG, DIPLsNet, or if you're using Amplify MClass, it does have to be due in there. And your special codes in your SIS systems. Those special codes are like if they took an alternate assessment, the AY or AN. If they were somewhere else, that's the S. That's also for students who have medical specifications, that sort of thing. So making sure that that's in your SIS system as well. And those are due by October 30th. So it's 1 month after the testing window ends. So I will be starting this year auditing. So if your data is not in, I'll probably obviously wait until November. And I will double check who's missing what data, and then I will be contacting you. So please make sure that you are following those legislative code and board rule guidelines. They are laws. And so making sure that we're following the laws, I am going to do some auditing this year. I will also do it again at middle of year and then of course at the end of the year as well. So just being really clear with that and transparent. On top of that monitoring, you actually, this came up a little bit ago, the local board approval minutes. So thinking about your early literacy plans, I actually just did and Jen helped me with this, thanks Jen, a random number generator, and then we assigned those random numbers to names of LEAs, and so I will be choosing the top, however many we decide, and be asking you for those board approval minutes to prove that yes, indeed, you did take it to an open and public board meeting. So just so you know, you may be asked for that, you may not. It kind of depends on where the random numbers fall. So if you're willing to play that lottery, it's up to you. And again, that monitoring of the data entry, knowing where it's at. And just a reminder that, I mean, if you're an Amplify, obviously your data's in there because it's an automatic upload as long as you sync. So that's a little bit less of a concern for you. Your concern would be more of the UTREC system and your SIS system and making sure those special codes are entered. And then the DMG folks, because yours is a manual entry, that probably you have really those two places you have to be looking, making sure that you have this done and your so just being really clear with that. And then just for your knowledge, forthcoming, there will be a DIBELS name change, because we all love that. But just as you are aware, the data system as well, if you are a DIBELS Net user for DMG, that will also be changing name. But just so you know, the actual assessment itself, the benchmarks, the scoring, all of that will remain exactly the same. So it's exactly the same assessment with a different name. So when
Stage to Rise.
it's basically Stage to Rise, yeah. So don't worry about, oh my gosh, what is this new assessment? Please let your teachers know so they don't freak out and think this is some other new thing on top of DIBELS, because it's not. It's exactly the same thing, just renamed. So just kind of so you are aware of that. This is forthcoming in the next few months, they said. We don't have an exact timeline on that, but just so you are aware that that will be occurring.
We don't know the name.
Nope.
They're doing some focus groups.
I'm sure
Are they wanting suggestions or? I'm directly connected with that. I'm not gonna share. They are doing focus groups to kind of come up with a name. It was a lawsuit situation. They had to give them the name back to U of Morgan, and so they have to change it over.
So just so you So we'll find out what it would be called, and we will let you all know. Just know we're sticking with this
For now, and then we'll stick with whatever DIBELS becomes.
So I really do think that as a Stage Rise situation.
I've kept up with members of working committee. All right, so hopefully you're just marking your calendar with October 1.
Is there any other date? That's the only date. That's the only.
We just want to be really clear and make it so you're like, yeah, I've got this. The VAs, you probably have not gotten the email saying your intervention program is ready to be entered. It came out a couple weeks ago. We told you that we would tell you about budgets today, and that was our goal. So don't feel like, why didn't you tell us this before? They're honestly, the release went out like a week ago because he was available to enter. So it's timely in terms of you've got a couple of weeks to try and work with your VAs. And your budgets in general for most of you is pretty easy. It's 2 columns, salaries, benefits. 94% of you spend your money on people. So we're going to talk a couple things. This is more feedback for me. We have some upcoming requests for proposals of things that are up. So we have 3 things that are coming up on bid. We have Utah Compose is up this year, the contract. We have to go out and seek another vendor or keep the same vendor, but we have to go out and do bids. DIBELS is up as well, so Amplify and DMG are up. Their contracts are up this year as well. And the Assessment to Achievement project that we've been coordinating with EdDirection, that contract is up this year as well. Lots of potential change for next year is what that means. What I would like from you is to send us, if you have any potential providers that you've ran into or looked into and you're like, hey, it'd be really nice if Utah Compose could be this program instead. Because then we can send out the request to specific vendors to have them put in proposals. But if we don't know there's a really great writing system out there, we don't necessarily directly send the RFP to those people, and we're just lucky if they respond. So if you know of anyone that you're like, this system does what we would have loved Utah Compose to do, let us know. Just email me with the vendor and I will look into it and send it upstream for purchasing. DIBELS, we're not anticipating any big changes. We're writing the RFP the same way it was written. I have done this RFP 3 times since I've been at the agency. 3 times, friends. No RFP should be done that frequently. They're meant to last 5 years. Unfortunately, we've had some political pieces that haven't allowed that. This next one's supposed to be an up to 10-year contract, so whoever we land on is supposed to kind of stay. And so you'll hear about that one. At this point, it'll be the common, we expect applying for that, unless you know of anyone else who can do pathways, DIBELS next, and the stuff we've been doing, they have to be able to do this next. So we had proposals last year from like Pearson, who has their own assessment people. We're going to be really clear with this time it's DIBELS next. That is what we're looking for to continue. The longitudinal data is growth and change over time. All of your goals need to change at this time. So we anticipate that part probably staying the same. Just to give you a heads up, you might hear rumblings or be asked on the RFP committee. And then the assessment to achievement. You know a professional developer that can help people look at data in strategic ways and make decisions on that data in terms of their instruction. I would love to know who we should send this RFP out to. Because at Direction's been our support at this time, but maybe there's a better provider nationally that you are aware of that we can, because RFPs are great for Utah. It's hard to get them out to national providers. Providers across the country that you ran into at different conferences or just through your own. If you know of anyone that hey, might be able to do this, send me their name and we'll definitely send a request or proposal. Just a little more information item than anything. Any thoughts?
Clarification on the who are we currently using? That would be with them right there.
No, I'm.
What's crazy? We look like a bunch of heroes. Put Caden right over here. Caden, get right here. Where's Ariana? Raise your hand.
You're in the wrong spot. Specifically, we got the leadership institute.
Where Ariana was. I took Caden though.
Yeah, like
so, Joshua, you guys come right here with me. You sit right here. Is your name Ariana? Are you sure? Have you checked with your mother lately? Okay, sit right here. You two come here. Josh and Zaven. Have a chair. Thanks for coming. Come here, Zaven. Yeah. Yeah, do you have to go potty?
We'll have the input
So you can draw like with a dry erase, Susan. Just draw a half circle on the table. That was a dry erase, and then this spray I've got takes it right off. Okay. So you got Josh and this is
I know.
Zaven, whatever. They thought it up. Okay, get right here, Josh. Get right here, Zaven.
Stick them both together.
Okay, that's fine. Then just draw right there. Okay, yeah, do it the first time together. Have them pick and take turns. So put them right here. Okay, you guys are going to play a little game with us. Yeah, A, M, and Z on the thing. Here, I'll grab you a dry erase.
Personality for all these places. In our pocket. We'll get them. They are loaded.
That should be right.
And how to do those. Should be a pretty good.
Okay. We're going to run through the alphabet first. You got your alphabet there. I don't have mine ready, but I'm getting it ready right now.
The word out. So this is me putting the word out. The fall conference team. Chicago.
Looks like I'm sitting on this. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Are you doing yours separate than me? Okay. Okay, here we go. Eyes up. Oh, you guys know that? Okay, do it.
Link in there for you to go to the register.
That's good. Do this one. I'm impressed. You guys are good. Keep your eyes on these cards and don't take them off. Good news.
Out turn in Utah State to us. So if you haven't got the I want to say it's like $5. But I've
4 or 5 years and always.
Oh, my turn. Go. My turn. Go. Jeff.
And it's
Are you supposed to do it faster? Lucas, I'm going to try to do it faster, but I'm just so much in shock. I'm like, what in the world? Well, you guys, where did you learn these? Raise your hand if you know some of these. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. I could do a little dance. You do? Okay, put your hands down. Eyes on the car. Oh, I'm impressed. You should go to 5th grade. Okay, eyes up.
I didn't think you all needed it. We kind of like
Like this. Hey, Susie, watch this. Yeah, there you go. Good. S-E, set. Oh, that was sorry. This one. N-I. Good. Jeff. Oh, you got to keep your eyes on, bud. Keep your eyes up here.
You don't have that in place.
Hayden, I.
More information on what the intervenes. What resources.
Hayden, watch this.
Our job this year is to
just go.
great quality.
Okay.
So when they do self-assess,
Okay. Micah, you got to watch close. I don't think Oliver has stopped watching these cards one time, and I think Ariana has kept her eyes on. Put your legs further along and you'll do better, okay? Put them down in front of your chair. Here we go. Whoop. Yes, if I. Again. I'm really impressed. We just run through the whole one. Oh, here we go. Now, guess what? I don't want you to write on this because what you're going to do is you're going to watch and for me, I will do. Oh, you're going to give them points? Yeah, they were doing so well. You're going to go 2 on the clock, say 2 on the clock, 2 on the clock, and then where do I go? And what do I touch? The face kind of back with it. And then what do? I start in the middle of the space. I have what? Middle of space to go where? Go down. Lucas, you're thinking. Then what about this one? Go down. Go down. And what about this one? Go down. Go down below. And then what about this one? Go down. What is this? So guess what? If you do it with one pencil, really nice, you'll let you use colors. And then you can do as many colors as you can. You got to keep going the right direction, okay?
I've been using most of the conversation I've had around instructional minutes.
I'm so glad you do that.
Then you're on your same English literacy and you're not skills in one language and they kind of transfer to the other. So a lot of our districts are like, well, does that mean that's not enough time? They can't go to dual immersion half the day if they need to do this. That's not what we're trying to say, so I want to be really clear. It's in literacy. So when they're learning how to read and comprehend literacy in Spanish, those skills still transfer to reading and comprehending skills in English, right? So keep that in mind. It's not meant to be, this doesn't include dual immersion. We've had a lot of conversations. I think they got asked at least 4 times last week from 4 different districts. How are we supposed to do this? So please be clear, it's literacy instruction. Like we talked about with content integration. If I'm going to teach comprehension skills in science, great, that can count as some of your comprehension time, right? It doesn't have to be in the literacy block. So the literacy block is a different element, but these are the elements you accept in literacy.
So I want you to talk, how have you been able to use this? What challenges have you faced? This might be part of that challenge. And then what else would be helpful, given what we're thinking of doing with this document? What would be more helpful or what would also be helpful? If you'll talk about that in your tables and we'll go around and get feedback. Questions for the group?
Is this available anywhere but here, like on, I
So
can't
if
find
you
it on your
Google Drive,
website?
we need to find somewhere on the website to put it. Or what, it's not ADA accessible, and that is why it's not on the website. Because it doesn't put anything on under ADA. That's the downfall at this time, but it is in your Google Drive, so you can share it electronically. And if you go to the website, you'll have
wanted to make sure it was in line.
As long as, yes, that it needs to be on there. Now I have it.
Right. I know, I was really forward to PD
I'm not sure how it's just kind of, we did.
dashboard now, which kind of integrates everything for them, like nice multi and calendars. I do a weekly class. At junior high, I'm also the data support at junior high. So those two things
I send out emails
Not just the important ones.
I don't send out emails. I try not to message.
in our, it's a story. It's like, our tech guy calls it loss of innovation. We're walking around, that's so much loss before it gets to where it needs to get to.
This is your input part of the meeting. So we have a lot of dissemination today. Next month or in November will be a lot more input gathering again. So we'll talk about that article I sent out. A lot of you gave me feedback to via email, but I really want to have a group discussion around that in November. I'll send it back out when we get closer. But if you haven't had a chance, most people it's thought provoking at this point. So something to kind of ruminate with you for the next little while. Feedback. How have you been using this so far? What have you found as valuable ways of incorporating the framework? To call on Lisa because she gave me one example. Lisa, will you start? And maybe they'll feel more confident in their skills.
And don't judge on my response. But I, being a new principal, I loved this literacy framework. And so what I did is when I presented the literacy plan to my staff, I also copied off those 2 back sheets that give an idea of minutes of instruction. Because the teachers were asking me, well, how am I supposed to do this? And they needed some kind of guidance and some kind of framework. And so I loved it. And the other thing that I'm doing is to revisit so they don't forget about our goal, what our goal is. I'm using these little sheets right here. They're pertinent to my teachers and reviewing with them because we have a little expert among us and also a little review snippet time in when I meet with them or when they have PLCs, and we'll review some of these things in here and then also get ideas from them on how this can be better or things that aren't mentioned here. And then, so I love this just because I'm new and I don't know. So this has helped me to know.
How else have you guys been using it? Thank you.
I brought this to, we're a large district, so I brought this to our big MTSS meeting that we have that's all the directors in the district, and they were looking for some assessment tool to help schools do self-assessment. But one of the things that most assessment tools do not have that lack are these lines of evidence. And they are extremely helpful because so many times schools, oh yeah, we're doing that because they don't know what would be an appropriate line of evidence to show that they're doing those things. So that has been very helpful for our district. So I'd really...
The literacy directors that helped make that framework for the real lines. So I'm glad to hear it played out that that was useful. For sharing. Let's go into what would be helpful. If we're going to make this a functional tool and not just a book that you pick up and put on your shelf, you really want it to continue to kind of permeate the field. What are some things that might be helpful beyond? And if these aren't helpful, you tell me now so we don't waste your time and energy because I am happy not to do things.
I think presenting this to like assessment directors.
Kind of spreading.
Yes, that this is a very useful tool. Is there an MTS, a state MTSS type?
Yes. So maybe the MTSS group.
And the conference in the summertime, maybe doing a breakout on it?
Nice.
Well, I know that this was based on going around and observing lots of different school settings. I would love to see like more case study information. Like this is, I mean, because you know, you start here and they ended up here. How did they get there? Like what? Their growth process, everything that they've done to implement those changes that they've made would be kind of really a good resource.
And case studies seem to be like the way we're communicating
nowadays,
so I like it. The right drivers for also next steps. Would that be helpful to have tools that are aligned to indicators? Our thinking, we love that we have all of you to make sure we're not crazy. And if we are, tell us now. And having a digital tool that they can enter, like the teachers can do their responses in, and then it brings the whole data together into a summary. Not saying you won't be able to see what the individual teachers entered, but we didn't want each school that might use it to have to do that work. We wanted to other thoughts, if you'd like to share those, feel free to send them our way, and we'll be happy to consider those as ways to continue the work around the framework. We don't want it just to be a document that we did and it was great and that goes on. But we've gotten enough feedback from the field that it sounds like it's being used a little more broadly than that. We have,
I'm just sorry, I was spinning my head because I wear 15 different hats. I don't see this in math. And so what I was thinking is, I'm just curious as to why, I know this is outside of your wheelhouse, but why this doesn't permeate across, because the only place where I see that it's literacy specific is in, and I lost where it was.
Very accurate.
Yeah.
I've had Shelley from Jordan brought that up. She's like, why can't this be like elementary? Did you bring that too?
Yeah.
And now you're bringing it. So I think it's getting with the other content areas and seeing, is there enough overlap? Because there's some things that would be specific, but could we have, like in literacy, you would also consider this, so that we can make sure we get our little nuance in there.
Because it very much reflects kind of,
and so we just are trying to get better. Math and science we were just getting so heavily looked at that we, 1 or 2 kids reading, we've got to do better. And so giving people some of the indicators that seem to have influence on doing better made sense. But I think that keeping it subject specific to some level is detrimental to, like, we're a system, especially in elementary school. These things permeate a school day.
Because I was thinking about like activities, and at first I was thinking Utah Effective Teaching Standards and how you run evaluations, and then I was thinking of, like, because I'm actually over the elementary principals, so then I was thinking of the Utah Effective Leadership Standards, and I'm like, how would I ubiquitously put these into those two systems and make them run effectively?
The leadership part, the number one leadership standards, so it's the same language, just so you know, it's just not all of them, it's a sampling of them that seem to be most literacy outcomes. I think the difficulty would be we've kind of built some of that knowledge on what went well in schools, and so I don't know if that's the same for math, because I don't spend my space there during state hours. So it'd be curious to look across it, because it's probably the next thing. I would build just an elementary framework of what all of the elementary schools. And then we get into the minutes conversation around, okay, now you got to throw math.
Because I think that's where I get stuck is, like, I don't want this to be a standalone. I need to make this work in all of the systems that I'm working in. Because this is a powerful document, but then I also get stuck going, oh, it's big, and I need it to work for a lot of other systems.
Thank you. All right, we have just a couple minutes left. We have a bunch of slides that we're not going to do, just due to time, on the early reading software. You can review them at your leisure, and Sarah Young is happy to take your questions. So she couldn't be here today. Erica was going to field them, but there are lots and lots of slides. Basically, it's just, the vendors are the vendors, people really can't get out. So I'll send her slides in the Google Drive. But there are lots of slides about the early reading software. If you want to just update and refresh yourself, we have new vendors. If your people chose a vendor and want to switch, the answer is no. If they say we're not going to use the software, we're going to pay the vendors, it's too late. Like, that's all the stuff that's in there, just to give you, like, when people reach out to you, often are the ones fielding questions, some knowledge around the
And if you have scenarios like, I am the exception to the rule, Sarah put some case studies at the end of the appendix of exceptions to the rules. And so, and really there's lots of they're really not exceptions to the rules, and we can't, so she's standardizing things.
So kind. It's a nice lady. Like, she named her after jazz players. Like, she has fun with it, but it's really just saying no. If she told you no, the answer is no. This is why you were supposed to review your programs. You were supposed to say, yep, this is what I want. The trouble is you have principals that switch in the middle of the summer, and they want something different than what they were getting. And we're at a place that we can't meet those demands anymore. So just try and help ease those concerns. The last thing on your agenda are the dates. We meet again in November, so just mark your calendar. All the dates for the year are on there. We're happy to have you. We'll send out a recording of the session today, and then everything will be in the Google Drive, all of the early reading software files. One question for Peggy.
Yeah, next Thursday.
Oh,
you're going to have me. I asked you.
I will ask her, but Peggy needs to question. I think some of you might be curious the answer to. How many of you are using, you want me to go with teachers?
Yeah.
Okay, how many of you are using teachers to test your DIBELS benchmark? In your district, so.
Some.
Even if they're involved at all.
Yeah, they're involved.
If they're involved at all.
I think you should be involved.
They've got 11, and we have probably 30 LEAs. The testing teams are used pretty heavily in most of our LEAs. I think what Peggy's trying to gather is if teachers were a little involved, would DIBELS have more meaning for them? Yes. Yeah. So that's the part that I can, her district, the testing team, they get the data, they don't really have, you guys are building a lot of knowledge and skills this year around DIBELS, but they haven't had that in the past. So the buy-in hasn't been there.
Teachers.
And now that you have such benchmark goals, our data is like, maybe testing a few kids, just so they understand what it is, right?
So Jennifer, so do you generally, how many districts use just a testing team for benchmark?
Raise your hand for testing.
Okay, so they're not classroom teachers at all, they're just a district testing team. The teachers at nursing homes.
We don't have one. I think the main reason for that is we don't give you any money. Right? We've got to figure this out with your funds. So figure that out. If we had money attached, we'd like do it this way. If there's no money attached to it, you've got to balance losing instructional time with understanding where kids are. Because honestly, when teachers get DIBELS and actually know what it means, they're using it for more time than when kids are testing. So if teachers have the training and somebody does the test, I think you could still get the benefits. It's when they don't have testing line budgets on DIBELS, like that seems to be not how much you use it, it's more
All right, so it looks like we'll go ahead and get started. If you notice, there's a few different things. I don't have a microphone in front of me, and I'm not going to be like throwing it at you to ask questions when you have them. These little green lights here are microphones, and they pick up absolutely everything, apparently. This is new to me. I learned this 30 minutes ago. So like side conversations, our tech guy said he could hear people opening up the candy bars. Which don't worry about that, it's fine. We hear rip. Those of you that are with us virtually, sorry, there's a bowl of candy there. I wish I could claim stake on that, but it was Jennifer's assistant that brought those to share today. But so it will pick up everything that's being done or said, which is positive in some ways because whenever you guys asked questions, we'd have to like run the mic over, or somebody was running the mic over, or we'd have to repeat it for our friends online, and it sounds like we can do away with that. However, just try to be careful about how loud, if you're whispering, you got something to say to your neighbor. I don't want to discourage that. If you're like, oh, I hadn't thought of that, that's really important, maybe we should ask a question about that. I want that to happen. Just try and keep it as low as possible. So welcome. Before we get started, I just wanted to do, I see some new faces. I see some faces that have been here for the last couple of years. So I'm going to start over in this corner here. If you could just say your name, where you're from, and what is it you do? I mean, we kind of already have an idea what you do. But.
Tracy Evans from Park City School District, teaching and learning.
Ruth Ann Snow, Purple School District, literacy curriculum specialist.
Leslie Robinette, Canyon School District, secondary English language arts specialist.
Melissa Engel from Salt Lake School District, and I'm a secondary literacy coach.
Julie Marsh, North Summit. I'm a literacy coach and an assessment director.
Bethany Hansey from UNT.
Yeah, you went to, this is where I taught for 5 years, so those are my peeps. All right.
Jen Svensson, I'm from Logan District, and I teach English.
Okay, in the back.
I'm Jason Carpenter. I'm from Murray School District, and I'm an instructional coach and English teacher.
Anila Fortune, Murray School District, and I teach high school English. Heather Weehongi, Murray District, I teach English and instructional coach.
I met your husband last Friday. Really nice Jim.
Barry Twila School District, and I'm a Ryan Weaver School District, secondary English.
Johnson Graham School District, secondary English.
Diane Carter, Emory High School, secondary English.
Stephanie Mathers, Ogden Prep Academy, Literacy Director, Curriculum Director, etc.
7 different hats, as they do in charters.
Ashley Adams, Crash County, secondary English language arts and instructional coach.
To Jensen, Box Elder School District, literacy specialist, EYE coordinator.
Thank you, and I'll have you two ladies introduce yourselves.
Megan Lopez from USBE, secondary language arts and WIDA assessment specialist.
Rebecca Peterson, I'm the college and career readiness assessment specialist.
All right, thank you, and it's nice to meet all of you or re-meet you again. Today we've got a lot of things to cover, and it's not okay. So, got a lot of things to cover. Just click on it. Oh, can they hear us?
Everyone online.
Go to that blue bar. Hold on, chat. They can hear all the chat. Awesome. Okay, so go and click on the PowerPoint. It should be able to. There we go. Okay. So we're going to talk a lot about SAGE, assessment, all those updates. I'm hoping that if whatever questions you have about ACT, ACT Aspire, SAGE, RISE, all of those things, we have 2 specialists here that are going to help us navigate through that. Because I get a lot of questions, and more often than not, the questions I can't really answer, and I'm like, hey, Megan, hey, Rebecca, can you help me out with this one? So I thought it would be great for them to come here and discuss some of these things. The teacher beliefs survey that Dr. Jan Dole did last year. I'm not sure if anybody in this room participated. I know there were some that had shown some interest in participating in that. She's going to share what she found about that. We're going to talk about a possibility of the secondary English language arts literacy initiative to be a companion to the elementary one that just got done this last year. So we're going to look at the current elementary document. We're going to talk about it a little bit. We're going to see some kinds of things that if we do decide, hey, this is something we'd like to push forward, what we'd like to see in that document. Talk about a needs assessment that I want to conduct this year. I really want to get out to the LEAs. I really want to highlight what's working across the state of Utah and the areas that we need improvement. I want to either get myself out or somebody who specializes in that area to get out to these LEAs and to discuss and find these strategies that can help us bring up some of those secondary ELA issues that we have that we see across the board. And then talk about things that are coming up. And if time permitting, we'll talk a little bit about the Utah State Board of Education's new vision and mission statements and their objectives and goals. And that's just really an FYI of what we want to do this year as a department. So without further ado, I will have Megan come on up and talk about all things assessment.
Well, not all things assessment.
Well, some things.
Quite a bit. All right, so again, I'm Megan Lopez, so secondary language arts assessment specialist. And I just wanted to go over some updates for this upcoming year and also take a second.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, take a moment also to kind of take a look at some of our data and some data from the past couple of years. So here's my contact information. Please do not hesitate. If you have any questions, if you hear rumors, we would like to clear things up out in the field as much as possible because we know with these 2 new assessments coming on board this year that there are a lot of questions. There's quite a bit of confusion. So please contact me and actually contact anyone on our team if you have questions related to other content areas as well. We are readily available to answer questions, and we would really like to instead of just people wondering. So email, call, I would say email is probably do email me quite often, and so it's fun to see faces with the names now because I have quite the email relationship with some of you. All right, so please contact anytime. All right, let's get into it. So I know that Garrett said SAGE. Sage is no more. It is Rise and Utah Aspire Plus. I know, it's okay. Sage has been retired out to the pasture, and now we have our new young bucks, Rise and Utah Aspire Plus. So this is the big difference. We have 2 assessments now versus the 1. And Rise, which stands for, I'm gonna forget, readiness, period, improvement, period, success, period, and my favorite, empowerment, period. And they all have a period after. So I just think, like, I guess, yeah, thank you. There's the enthusiasm I was looking for. So that is the acronym. And this is going to be for grades 3 through 8. Reading is for all grades 3 through 8. And then, as you know, one of the big changes is that writing will just be 5th and 8th grade in one prompt. Okay, so we'll get into those specifics in just a moment. So big changes there. And then the Utah Aspire Plus is going to be just for grades 9 and 10. And that is going to be just reading and English. This is a shift because when we had the reading portion on Sage, we saw the English, speaking and listening, language standards all get into the reading portion of the test. Now we have separated those out. So we have just reading, which is going to be our reading informational and reading literature standards. And then we have our English, which is going to be our language standards. So where we saw all of it combined, we now see them separated out. There is no writing. So no writing. And that was per legislation as well. All of this is actually per legislation. And then I'm not going to jump into ACT too much because that's Rebecca's area of expertise, but we have ACT plus writing for 11th grade. And one of the biggest things that we want to stress is that with all of these changes, please teach the core. That's what we want our educators to really embrace, is that we have looked at all of these assessments and we have done crosswalks, we have done alignment studies, and really truly what the information that we're getting from our crosswalks and our alignment studies and educator committees is really truly teaching the core is going to help the students be successful on all of these assessments. So stick to your core standards. Yes.
Just one question. When you talked about separating out the English from the reading, was that just for the Aspire Plus, or is that also for the Rise?
Just Aspire Plus, thank you.
Okay.
So reading in Rise will have the speaking, listening, language. That will be the same as Sage was. So let's get into these. All right, so I don't expect you all to read this, but just so you guys know, this is the actual legislation. And I believe Garrett made these slides available to all of you. So you can actually look and why decisions were made by the board. You know, why do we have these separate assessments now? Why is writing taken out? It's all based on legislation. So these are decisions made at a very high level at the state. So basically the only things that really, and I've bolded them, is that it needs to be a computer adaptive assessment. So Rise will still be computer adaptive. One change that we will see with that computer adaptive component is that Sage was item level adaptive, and Rise is going to be what we call a panel level. So it won't adapt item by item. Instead, they will take, it's like sections of a test, and then they will be routed into a different section. So it will still be at a panel or a section level. Also, that the legislation says that writing actually only has to be in at least grades 5 and 8. So, and that they do, these items have to be aligned with the Utah State Core Standards. So, but for more, you can always, this is public information, you can access the legislation that drives these changes. So, oh, there's my acronym right there.
Benchmarks, so I went over that other information. Benchmarks and interim tests will be available to all grades 3 through 8, and that does include writing. Okay, so I know a lot of districts and LEAs are planning on using benchmarks in all grades, and that is absolutely still an option. The use of the writing, it might take a little more time because this was a contract amendment. That was more recent, so we are still getting in that work. So otherwise, benchmarks and interim should be available very soon, except for those off-grade writing, because that work came a little later once the contract was amended.
Will the writing benchmarks be automated grading through the RISE system?
Yes, the AI scoring, yeah. So, just like Sage. So, yeah. And
Can you explain that? So you're saying that it's the same
score? Well, it's not the exact same scoring engine, right? Because AIR with Sage, they have their proprietary AI, and then RISE and Questar has theirs. So, but they should mirror.
But the benchmarks will use the same.
Yeah. Yeah. However, it won't ever have the option to go to human hand scoring though, right?
And the benchmarks, they'll be new, so your score will be very good at first, right? Because they have thousands of.
So the benchmarks are the same benchmarks, writing benchmarks that we have. We always have writing benchmarks, so.
And the rest of the benchmarks will be available even though the writing pieces will not soon.
Yeah, because the transfer started later. So the transferring of those items into the new system. Yeah.
So those benchmarks are supposed to come out October 1st. Writing like later in October? I don't know.
5 and 8.
Okay.
Should be, because that was always the plan. But since the benchmarks for the off grades, for the amended portion, those could be a little later, and I have not gotten a date on when those will be completely transferred. Okay. Just remember, this was a change this year, so we should be used to it already. We're just at one correct, so the students could get either informational, explanatory, or opinion argument. So, or within a class. Okay. Like it's going to move me on to Aspire Plus. All right, so here is the legislation that drives grades 9 and 10. So it's very minimal. You look at it in comparison to the 3 through 8, right? And the thing is that what's legislated is that it only has to be predictive of a student's college readiness, okay, as measured by one of the most common, college tests. So that's what we use ACT. Provides a growth score from 9 and 10. That is it. You will notice that it does not say Utah core standards need to be assessed. It does not show that we have to show growth from 8 to 5 as well, right? But if, as an agency, chose Utah Aspire Plus because we can get more from that. So this is the biggest change with Utah Aspire Plus is this is an end of year or an end of year assessment versus end of course. So Sage was end of course. Right? This is end of year. Now for language arts, that doesn't affect us a whole lot. Math and science, it does affect them quite a bit, right? So when I look at it, I don't feel like we had to make a huge shift in our thinking towards this. But please contact Scott Roskelly or Whitney Barlow if you do have questions about that change in how it impacts math and science, okay? This one,
it can be administered since it does have a timed component. LEAs have the choice. And if you have questions, ask your assessment directors. This can be administered as a full battery or it can be as the separate subjects. So this test is going to have, it's heavy in language arts because we have reading and English, math, and science. So half of the test is language arts, right? And the other thing is that it is a little more flexible than ACT. So for proctoring, now Utah has decided we're online. So that is a little different where I know a lot of LEAs choose to do paper for ACT. But it is online. And the other thing of why we felt like this was a better fit for Utah is because using the way it hybrid tests. So what that means is it's not just going to be predictive of college and career readiness. It does assess our core standards. So that we still felt very strongly about that to make sure it does. So it's not exact 50%, but it's really close to 50% being from the Aspire bank and 50% coming from Utah's bank, which is the Readiness test standards. But not only that, we have done an alignment study with educated committees where we look at all the possible Aspire items that go into these tests, and we made sure that those align with the score as well. So we feel very confident in saying that the entire test is aligned. So keep teaching those core standards, please. So we basically rejected it does about that. Let's see, what else? And the smoke filled. So, I was just telling Rebecca, my mind has been in a fog. So, talk about the type of questions. Yes. The type of questions, thank you, that you're going to see, they're going to have multiple choice, multiple select, and they're also going to have technology enhanced items. So, technology enhanced could be like hot text where they select, highlight portions of text, drag and drop into certain boxes. A matching could be on the table. So, sounds like
That's when multiple people start talking.
Typing. Oh, okay. I guess that's signs. Okay. Okay. And all online benchmarks. So that I apologize, benchmarks are not going to be available this year because that was another contract amendment. So benchmarks won't be ready this year, but they will this year to use. Questions?
I don't know that part of this is nothing, right? Okay, good. Not even the 11th grade?
11th grade possibly.
Possibly.
11th grade,
11th
yeah.
possibly.
Utah Aspire Plus, no. 11th grade possibly, because that's a decision that you really have a level, whether you want to deliver the assessment online or paper. There have been a lot of questions about blueprints lately and when those will be available. For RISE, the blueprints should be posted. I got a tentative confirmation, so this could be changed, but the blueprints will be available on the RISE portal October 1st. That was what I was just told today. The blueprints for Utah Aspire Plus, those I can't give you any confirmation because as we are developing forms, the blueprints are still in draft format just because have odd numbers, and so we have to see exactly how those forms are going to fit together. And then another rumor that I think we heard a lot, and hopefully we have squelched this rumor, but that the tests for 9 and 10 will be the same. That is not true. They will be absolutely different tests for each grade. I think that was a big fear with Aspire. Initially, the test is the exact same for 9 and 10 grade. That is not the case.
Kind of came from me a little bit because when we looked at Aspire, and
You start these rumors.
no, we that was one of the questions we asked them was, so this is a 9-10 grade band. Is there the possibility that they could take this test twice? And they're like, we don't think so.
Yeah.
And so that just for me was red flags that we don't think so is not a confirmed nor denied.
Yeah.
that
So
could be a
that
possibility.
is not going
So
to
I'm glad to
happen.
hear that's a change.
Yes, that will not happen. And as a matter of fact, when we did the alignment study with the educators, they actually got, because the 9-10 standards are the same, but the committees actually got to make recommendations of which items will be for 9. Right.
It's made for my.
Oh, nope, it's new. It's new for everyone.
Blueprints are they just kind of giving us an idea of what the test may look like?
Yeah.
Okay.
So saying there will be about this percentage of questions for the integration of knowledge and ideas standards. So you can expect like, and this is not an exact number or close because I can't off the top of my head remember every blueprint for all these tests, but maybe, 30% of the test questions will be kind of maybe, and it also goes for the DOK levels as well, possibly at a DOK too. So it just gives you an idea of, yeah. Yes.
Again, did you say the writers portal or?
The RISE, so the blueprints should be available on each of the portals, the perspectives. So the RISE portal, the blueprints will be available there. And I was told that it's October 1st. I cannot give any kind of date for the Utah Aspire Plus, but they will be available on the portal. If we can make them absolutely compliant, then they will also be posted on the USBE website.
Once those are available, we'll also be sure and send out information to let people know, hey, these are ready.
Can you at the very least link them on UEN, completely EDA compliant?
You could link from our website.
Also, Meg, one other thing to point out maybe with this, one question that's come to me is Utah Aspire Plus the same thing as ACT Aspire? And can they use, test prep materials from ACT Aspire? And I just want to be really clear, it's not the same. And the ACT Aspire tools will not align directly because it's a different assessment. It's a hybrid assessment. So we're looking at ELA 9 for the 9th grade, ELA 10 for 10th grade as compared to ACT Aspire's items, which are aligned differently. Because they're using the early high school standards of ACT. So if somebody comes to you and says, hey, can we just use the ACT Aspire prep? Have at it, but it's not going to be related to what you're doing directly at the end of the year. So.
I'm going to just really quickly touch on ACT, but I don't want to step on Rebecca's toes too much. So you jump in whenever you want. Here's the legislation that requires or basically explains why we have chosen ACT. The most important portion is an assessment that's most commonly submitted to local universities. So it needs to be predictive of success in higher education. So we have chosen in the state of Utah, ACT, since that's the one most commonly submitted to local universities. And again, you'll see it doesn't have anything about growth or Utah State Core standards, but we have been doing a lot of work on crosswalks to really show that best practice is teaching the standards to make sure students and ensure that they'll be successful.
Just here for the next event, but I just, what is the predictive validity of the success in higher education?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Rebecca, this is her area of expertise.
So with the ACT, really what it predicts is the probability that students will obtain either a C or higher or a B or higher, depending on which level you want to look at, in an entry-level college course. So for example, if students scored and they have within the standards, they have their college readiness standards, they go by 200, 300, 400, up to 700. So if students scored at, I don't remember what the exact score is, it's like a 421 or something like that for science, then they have an 80% probability of obtaining a C in a first year biology class and a 50% probability of obtaining a B. And that's about as predictive as it gets.
Yeah, because typically standardized tests are not predictive of success, and GPAs are much more predictive.
Right.
But if you disaggregate it in those ways.
Yeah, and GPA is a very valid predictor long-term of student success in post-secondary ed. It's a good way to go.
So it says, is that clause still in place that educators cannot give participation points for students that take rides and cannot affect students' grades at all?
Yep. But they can use it, for demonstrating competence. Parents request.
I just at that second part. So like I can't, as a 10th grade, 8th grade ELA teacher, give 100%, 100 points for the kids that took the test. But if there's like a district competency test, I could count the rise in place of the district competency test. Is that what that means?
So what it's a board rule that was put into place where, and this is a little bit of background about it, there were some parents who were concerned because there was a lot of protection for students parents who wanted their students to not participate. But the flip side of this, where parents were saying, well, we want our kids to have this be meaningful, so where are our rights? And so that's how this came about. And because the legislation states specifically that it can't be used to incentivize or punish, the way the board rule is stated is that it can be used to demonstrate competency. It doesn't provide any more definition than that. But I would say for specific application questions, really, I've talked with your AD for your district and look into how is our district, and the policy, I can't remember off the top. Aaron Milson will know. And you can always email him and say, hey, what is this competency allowance? But it is something that a parent would need to request and have used. And
Parent has to request this measures competency?
that it be used to measure competency in a course. So in other words, is that needed to have parents opt in and saying, we want this to mean something. Mean something in
So if you were doing a proficiency-based grade system, for example, the parents could say, please use this as one of the measures of competency. All right, thank you.
So are they lining up to sign this?
I don't know.
It's not, the information, I think some of the work is still being fleshed out. So it hasn't been messaged out heavily, because these conversations are so. But as soon as.
The board rule was sort of repeated, it was at the end of the school year was already done. So it didn't apply at all to last year.
Well, I know this is a big problem with some of our secondary schools where the kids are just not buying into it. Is that to kind of mitigate that?
To some degree.
To some degree.
That's the hope.
Great, so the ACT Plus writing, late February, and I'm again, going to go pretty quick through this because this is Rebecca's area.
One more question on the Aspire. Do you have the times for the parts of the Aspire?
Yes, so for the reading portion, it will be 90 minutes. The English portion is going to be 40. Math will be 90. Science will be 60. So reading, 90. 35. Math, 90. Science, 60. Trying to remember all content areas. Okay. And the intention is to make sure that those tests are given in those separate tests are given in one sitting. So we do not see the reading or math broken up into 2 45-minute sessions. The intention is one sitting of 90 minutes.
As a matter of fact, you can't break them up. The test system will not allow you to do that. The test with timeout.
So what happens if like a kid gets checked out or something in the middle of the testing window?
There will be special circumstances. Kids get sick. I remember one year we had a gas leak at my school during testing. Gotta do what you gotta do. So there, and we would say make sure that you're documenting incidents and talking with your assessment directors and test coordinators at your school.
That will work with 504s.
Tracy Gooley, she is our special education assessment specialist. She is working on documents about all the different accommodations for students with 504s or IEPs and so on. But I believe, and you can correct me, additional time.
Yeah, so they'll be able
to select an additional time component.
It'll be locally selected. So there'll be a window within the personal needs profile or PNP window, and they'll go in, your testing administrator or whoever will go in and select whether it's time and a half, double time, or triple time, depending on what that student's IEP or 504 requires. And then that will set the testing form, the timing for that testing form.
Some of our people have expressed concerns with that extended time piece, because that means either that the students would be pulled out in a separate room to test, or it becomes obvious in the classroom who are those that have the time and those who don't. It's kind of a FERPA kind of issue. They addressed any of that or have suggestions on how to manage that?
That's a great question for Tracy, but have you guys discussed it?
So the way this works with ACT is that timing codes, different timing codes do test in separate rooms specifically to protect students. And one way to do that is the same way you would do it any time a student has a testing accommodation for extended time. Whether it's a classroom test or a state mandated test, the students still have the same accommodation. So a recommendation is to have those students report directly to the separate setting where they're going to be testing. That way it's not an obvious, come get the student out, take them to this other place.
Will that be the same for Utah Aspire?
That's the Utah Aspire Plus recommendation. For ACT, it's very strict, and there's a whole set of rules that have to be followed that are even more. But those students should still be receiving those same accommodations for classroom tests, so they need to have the same, whatever they use.
I have another question regarding ACT. Is there or will there be a way for English 11 teachers to see the ACT data for their students rather than just school-wide or overall district scores?
So the data that we get reported to us from ACT, we use at a school level. We don't look at those data at a grade level, like a class level or student level. So as far as from the state, that's not what we use for accountability. So those aren't items that we collect and then disseminate. The student level reports are only available within the individual schools. The assessment directors in those schools will get copies of the individual student reports, but the data that they receive is going to be aggregated at the grade level and at the school level and then at the district level. So individual student reports are available if the AD wants to go through and put that information together, but because that's not how it's used in our state accountability, that's not something that we collect.
So again, online or paper, and that is a choice made by your LEAs. ACT for grade 11 is very heavy in language arts. So 3 portions is going to be language arts. We have the English portion, that is 45 minutes, 75 questions. The reading portion is 35 minutes, 40 questions, and then the writing portion is 40 minutes and 1 prompt. And just remember that 1 prompt does not have stimulus like the RISE test does. So it's just the prompt. Students are using their own schema to come up with that prompt. So, and then Rebecca's information, please contact her if you have any questions.
Any studies that show any differences in scores online versus paper?
That is a great question. So the answer to that is yes and no. So for Utah, we are still waiting for our CSV formatted file from ACT that's there last week. But once we receive that, then I'm going to do a data analysis to compare those things. Typically what you find is that in places where they've been doing a lot of digital testing and students are used to that format, they're comfortable. And in places where they don't, then they're not as comfortable with the online format. But there isn't a consistent pattern, and the difference between the two has not been statistically significant on a national level. When you break it down regionally, then there are some significant differences. So how that plays out for Utah, I don't know yet. Find out hopefully. I'd hope to have those data by today, actually, because AD meeting is on Thursday. So I wanted to be able to look at that, but I could guess now, but
All right, so there are many tools available for teachers and educators throughout the whole state to use. So many formative tools to help assist you in your work towards assessment. There we go. So Utah Compose is still available this year, and it's available for grades 3 through 11. Our contract is up with that vendor this year, so we are in the process of writing up an RFP for a new vendor or the same vendor possibly. So we know that it's definitely available for this year, and as we continue in our work for a new contract, we'll keep you updated on what that will look like. You will have the RISE benchmarks and interims to use as well. One thing that I think is a great writing tool is the Utah Writing Collection Project, and hopefully that's linked and working well. Right now, there's grades K through 6
but 7 through 12 is coming soon. That's a ongoing project that Garrett and I have been working on. I know that is it our informative, that's done, correct?
Argumentative is done.
Thank you.
Informative.
Argumentative is done, and we are going to be posting those on UEN, correct? Really soon, where the,
I think they might be on there. I'll have to look.
okay. Garrett will let you know as soon as they are posted. We are still working on the process of.
I do have a Google folder link if you guys want that. I can just send that out. It's shareable, so.
And so the great thing about that, though, is that you have prompts, stimulus, and you have sample essays from really tough students with using the rubrics that on Sage. So you can see how students would score, what the rationale is and everything. So you can use those as mentor techniques for essay instruction. Well, and then, like I said, you have to wait till next year, but the benchmarks are coming for Utah Aspire Plus. Vertical alignments, this is actually housed on Garrett's website for secondary language arts. This is such a useful tool to see what should students know vertically, and it's broken down by the different standards in each standard, and so you can see it's so eye-opening because you'll notice 6th grade is all in red when you look at this document, and red means that this is new information that a student is looking at this year for this standard. And when you look at writing argument for 6th grade, it's all red. So what does that tell you? Everything is new. The student's not going to come in with a lot of background knowledge on this standard, so you are starting from scratch. And so I've heard 7th grade teachers saying, they don't know what I'm talking about. They just were barely introduced this last year. And this one concept of a counterplay maybe might notice is in red. That is brand new. They haven't heard of it then, so I love looking at those. When you see it in those actual colors, what's in red, what's in black, to know, oh, these might be new concepts, or this is something that the students should come in with a good foundation in. So, and that's not just for writing, that's for all. And then grade 11, what do we have for grade 11? There's a ton. Sorry, it's not Shmoop, and I know Rebecca will talk about Shmoop. I think I loved playing in Shmoop as a teacher. I loved playing in there, and now still as a resource. The passwords changed, so they're there, all caps. Rebecca might just like outdoors and hiking a lot, hence the passwords. I've had questions from various LEAs around the state about the WorkKeys assessment. Some LEAs use WorkKeys by ACT. So the ones that I've looked at and seen that I do think would really help support writing would be the workplace documents WorkKeys assessment and then the business writing WorkKeys assessment, because those ones that have a very real world applications with writing. How do you write a resume, or how do you read business emails or letters, and how do you comprehend those? How do you respond to those in writing? So if you are an LEA that does purchase WorkKeys, those are the two that I felt were going to probably be the most useful in aligning with our state core standards as well. So another great resource is we actually have released a couple of writing prompts that will be on Sage. So, and we have housed those on Utah Compose. So we had to do a couple of studies for just thresholds studies for some of our conditional codes this last year. And so in order to do that, we had to release 2 writing prompts. Those 2 prompts, so, and I know that grades 3 through 5 may not apply to you, but I would still take a look at them because there's some good meat in there. So the title is What Kind of Park Should We Build? That one is going to be in grades 3 through 5, and then should we spray herbicides for grades 5 through 8? So you'll want to know those titles for sure, because when you go into Utah Compose, my circles, they move around every time. I never know where the circles are going to end up. So when you go to Utah Compose, you're going to log in and then you're going to select prompts. And then in the search section, that's where you'll actually type in the titles of those prompts, and you will be able to see these were live summative test questions that were used. So you'll have the stimulus and the prompt there. So you can actually use those now too, and those are housed in Utah Compose. Just so you guys know, since not everything is going to be going on to Utah Aspire Plus, we have a lot of items that we own that aren't going to be used. And so we've had a lot of questions of, well, what's going to happen to those items? We want them available. They were written by Utah educators for Utah educators and students. So how do we get those? There is a plan in place. We are hoping to house some of it in UTIPS. So UTIPS is still alive and functioning. So we are planning on housing some of those items in UTIPS, which is available to all educators. We will probably put in Utah Compose or whichever vendor we go with in the future. And then this is not definite, that's why it still says draft, but there is a option for third-party vendors if LEAs want to say, hey, we will work with our own vendor and we would like to just import those items and use them how we see fit. So as that work continues, we'll message that out as it happens, but there is a plan for those items to be available for you to use. Is there a timeline on that?
Other grades writing.
Kim Rath, he is our formative assessment specialist, and she's been working on this other timeline. I hope so, though. All right, so some data to take a look at. 6th grade. So this was from SAGE the last 3 years. So a couple of things to keep in mind. So 6th grade, and I've broken it up into the different reporting categories that you see on the test. And it should go from 2016 to 2018. So I'm just going to go through this. Remember, one thing to keep in mind, do keep cohorts in mind, because when we see this progression down, although it is a bit just unnerving and it doesn't look great, this cohort is different from each other. So just keep that in mind. Here we have 7th grade. And so keeping in mind the cohorts, I did want to show you the data so you can see how the actual cohorts did perform. One thing I found interesting is that we see writing shoot up this year. And I have not had time to really do a deep data dive, but how much had to do with going from 2 prompts to 1 prompt. So those are some considerations as well. So I thought that was interesting with grade 7. And 8th grade, we kind of see the same thing. I will say, I was happy to see integration of knowledge and ideas go up because that has been a big push for the agency, right? I will say language is looking pretty strong. And this is state. We have 9th grade. Now, some of you may be wondering, well, why is writing even on there? When the decision was made, some LEAs, due to the nature of their school year schedule, had already given writing. That was 1,000. really good. And then look at writing in 10th. Yeah, then let me see. So, but I would say when you look at it across the board, integration of knowledge and ideas still seems to be a struggle. And those are the more robust standards though. So, continuing to focus on those. Yeah. Here is 11th grade. Some LEAs do actually still use Sage. So the N size, do keep in mind, is really small for this. And then now you can see considering the cohorts. If we look at, say, 6th grade, you'll notice one thing, which I'm happy to see, is that our number, although it dropped this year, we started to see not so many students opting out of the tests. So that was really good. And then when we actually look at our proficiency rates, when we look at cohorts, we do see that it's going up. So that's one thing. When we look at all of these numbers, let's definitely make sure that we're considering cohorts. And again, for 9th grade, we see this big drop, but then huge. So again, the trends for opting out, we're seeing that start to plateau and even decrease even more. So although we did see a drop in proficiency, again, how much did writing take? Versus 2 goals, and again,
It's important stuff.
any questions? What can I answer? When they come, just I'm just going to skip them. Design loss?
Okay, so that's up.
Okay. Okay. Get that out during the
I'm going to kind of hang over here. So while Meg was talking about some of the ACT stuff, I actually did a little bit of digging to look up the predictability because I couldn't remember off the top of my head. So I'm going to share. So this is a report that ACT summarized from various researchers looking at what is the correlation between the ACT scores and first year college GPA and GPA, high school GPA and college GPA. Are those two correlations, were they similar? Were they, was one more predictive than the other? But in short form summary, there's a correlation of 0.49 between first year GPA and ACT composite score, and a correlation of 0.51 between first year GPA and high school GPA. So there's a difference, it's not enormous, and a decent amount of predictive validity. In the sciences, we'd love to see things of the correlation of 0.7 and higher. That's awesome. 0.5 is good. Get down to 0.1 and 0.2 and start to question things. So that's the information. What they concluded is it's better to use both. Don't just use ACT and don't just use GPA, but together you get a better picture, which is one way of saying it's a data point. This is one piece of information, but it's not the entire picture. On that. So we're going to do a little poll to begin with. And this poll, I'm going to have you guys answer. Going back to if you ever did like sign language on Sesame Street or something, they had to do A, B, or C. So, question is, what kind of preparation makes the biggest difference on the ACT? Is it participation in an ACT prep program to remediate those academic gaps that students sometimes have? Is it using class time for ACT prep to ensure extra practice time because students maybe they don't have that opportunity at home or whatever? Or is it C, challenging academic atmosphere, curriculum, and critical thinking skills? Your best guess. Is it A, B, or C?
C.
You guys are brilliant. It is not A, and it is not B. So, there you go. And this one is interesting because kind of the myth that's out there is, well, you can game this test. You can about if you learn to answer multiple choice questions well, or hey, this 6-week course, this will fix it all. But really, ACT preparation, the skills that are being evaluated, that starts back in, we've mapped it and crossed it, to 3rd grade. And it builds.
Some pieces even first.
Yeah, some pieces back to 1st grade. So we're working on skills that are being developed over time and trying to get people to do critical thinking, analysis. So some of these deeper skills that are very difficult to gain in a 6-week. So this is a little bit of summary about what doesn't work. And this is from some research that was done at the University of Chicago when they were looking at the college preparation levels of the students in the Chicago area. And they were very concerned about some of the gaps and drops and things that they had seen. And so they wanted to know, because they use the ACT, what is working and what isn't working. And believe it or not, there's actually not a ton of research out there about what works to prepare students for the ACT. But there are a couple of well-designed studies that the University of Chicago did. And one of their conclusions was that spending class time on test prep does not make students more prepared for the ACT. So if I decide instead of teaching, this biology content, we're just going to do practice questions, that doesn't help. What they found that does work are these items right here. So you get challenging academic atmosphere, demanding curriculum, college prep attitude for all students. So not segregating students out and saying, well, you're going to do well, you might struggle, you just have to take it because you have to take it, but expecting that all students are going to be able to be prepared to go to college. Working on critical thinking skills, a good school atmosphere. This is where students feel safe. This is where students feel like they have an adult who is somebody that they can connect with, who they can turn to. And then a high student ownership rate. Any of that earth-shaking? Not really. So when we're talking about, go back to that one, about these items here with the, what actually works. What works is helping students to work on recognizing the format for the kinds of questions that they'll see, the kinds of thinking that they're going to have to do within their instruction. So not as a separate thing, but as a way of teaching. So an example of this, and I'm going to throw in my bias as a science teacher, is rather than focusing on, can you tell me the steps of the cell cycle? Instead, it would be something like, here is a set of data. And you use these data and draw a conclusion about what's happening to a cell right now. And just getting students to start to think a little bit differently. That's tapping those skills. And maybe for a bell ringer, I would have a question that's formatted in the way that ACT would format it. That gives them practice just seeing the kind of language that they may be exposed to on that assessment. But it's not separate from what I'm teaching. I'm going to teach those things and embed them within my instruction. Talk specifically about the ACT with writing that we use in Utah. So there's the 4 standard components of the ACT, which are the English, reading, math, and science. And those are when people typically go to take the ACT on a national test date. Those are the 4 components they usually take. And those 4 components provide subject area scores. They provide a STEM score, which is a composite of math and science, and they provide a composite score overall. Then there is the writing subtest. So in Utah, we give the 4 components, plus we use writing as well. And this is an option if students decide to take the ACT on the national test, so separate than what we do as a state. They would select ACT with writing, which is like the full battery, and that's what we do. Once we use the writing test, it provides an additional score called the ELA score, English Language Arts, which combines reading, English, and writing. Without the writing subtest, we don't get a whole ELA score. So talking about how is this structured, Meg hit this a little bit, but this is a 40-minute timed writing test, looking at what are those writing skills. And there's actually a rubric that you can look at, and it will tell you exactly what's being evaluated on writing, and what the different areas are, how they've broken down the scoring, what the expectations are, and that can be a really useful tool. If the school gives the ACT on paper, then those students will be doing the writing part by paper. School gives the ACT online, then the students will be able to type in their essay. And that plays into the decision for a lot of LEAs about which format they want to use. So think about it. If you're an 11th grade student, when was the last time you hand wrote an essay for 40 minutes? And maybe today's students, I don't know, maybe they haven't done that in or learning to write letters. But that's not very common anymore for students to handwrite, and their hand muscles get tired. So if you are in an LEA where students are handwriting those essays, have them practice that in their classrooms. Have them practice with a timer that they need to convey information. And one question that comes up a lot is there any mix and match? Can I do online testing or online writing section but paper testing? The answer is no. You pick one way or you pick the other way. And that's because of the test delivery constraints. So you have a prompt that's given to you. As the student, you'd be sitting down. The prompt provides some information about an issue, and then there's 3 different perspectives that are given. From that, the student then needs to go through, they need to evaluate those perspectives. Then they need to state and develop their own perspective and tie those things together logically. Then they explain those things within their essay. So this is really a synthesis that they're doing. They're taking the information from this prompt. They're looking at these 3 opinions and positions that are given. They're saying, well, I like position number 3. I'm going to choose that one. Then they have to state that, and they have to tie that together. That requires, and they have to do that within 40 minutes. So having students practice skills like this, where they're practicing outlining, they're practicing getting these ideas from up here to paper in a way that makes sense in a 40-minute time frame. But that's what the ACT writing part is evaluating.
Is there ever going to be, and I don't know, the ACT will ever allow it, my kids are hammered by the time they get to the writing assessment. Are they ever going to allow a break between?
There is an option for an extended break.
Is there?
Mm-hmm. But not to put it to a different day. So, and that's dependent on your LEA, what the LEA decides to do. But there is an extended break option. So standard break, I believe, is 10 minutes in between
I'm thinking like an hour.
It can go up to 45 minutes.
Really? Okay.
And some LEAs, we found about half of the LEAs in the state chose to use the extended learning class here and half didn't. One thing to look at with that is all of the students are pretty fatigued across the state. So, but the main impetus for having that extended break was so that students could eat and have food in
The prompts, that's an interesting prompt structure. Do you have any examples of what that looks like?
Yes, if you go to the ACT, if you just Google search ACT with writing or ACT writing, you'll go to their writing page and they've got example essays, they've got example prompts. There's actually practice writing sections that students can do. So the scoring that comes back after students take this, they get 4 domain scores, so it's broken, and this is separate than those 4 standard scores. So take the English, reading, math, and science and just kind of put that over in another pile. This is just writing. So writing, you get ideas and analysis, development and support, organization, and language use and conventions. And those are 4 scores that they get just for that writing section. Then that's combined with their reading in English gives an ELA score that's nationally standardized. So it's a way that you can compare those data from your local level to how is everybody else doing, standardized that way. Some colleges and universities use the writing score for admissions. Within Utah, it's not something that colleges in Utah use. Colleges in Utah tend to use their own essays that are part of the application process to evaluate student writing. That's just to be aware of. There are some places, and actually, interestingly, when you look at who uses the writing score, most often it's technical colleges, which when I was looking at that actually kind of surprised me. There's a rubric that you can look at. And that's the hyperlink address right there. But if you look up that rubric, it will tell you what is on the writing section, how it's going to be evaluated. So now the question of how do we prepare? So how do you prepare students for this? A lot of these things you can do. And one thing with writing that we really want to be sure to emphasize is that this is cross-curricular. These things are not just things that need to happen in your English language arts class. We want students to do these things in their science class, in their math class, in their social studies class, in their art class, so that they have the practice of all of these skills across the board. So discussions and debates, writing with different purposes for different audiences, analyzing perspectives, improving writing, responding to feedback, giving somebody else feedback. So things that you do in the course of a good language arts instruction, but we want to do it with that intentional focus, working on those deeper skills. 2 items down here at the bottom, Utah Compose, which Megan already talked about, and then Schmoop is a tool which the state has purchased a license to for any student from 9th to 12th grade in public high schools in Utah. And within Schmoop, there are tools that students can use independently, things that teachers can use, and it really can be configured all different ways. There are writing prompts, practice writing tests, there are practice tests and items for all the other subject areas as well. But it's a pretty handy tool, and there's some really good scaffolded explanations in that tool that after I was looking through it, I thought, gosh, when I was teaching science, I would have liked some of these little tools and videos and explanations that they had, especially for some of my students that maybe needed to see things a little bit differently. So that's in a nutshell. What questions do you have? What can I answer for you? I will be sending out more data and information once we get the reports that I can actually put into my statistical analysis software. once I get those things put together, come out through the AD memo. Then I also have a listserv for ACT and one for Utah Aspire Plus. If you guys want to join those, anybody who wants to can. You can find them on UEN on their listserv page, and it's just self-enroll. Enroll yourself and you unenroll yourself. But that's where I send out information on the Utah Aspire Plus listserv. It's just information that only applies to that assessment. And on the ACT one, it's just information that applies to ACT. I put answers to questions that people have. So.
Thank you so much for that. I'm sure there will be some questions that come up as we go. And if you ever have any updates, just send them my way and we can get that dispersed. But now we are going to move on to Jan Dole's study about teachers' beliefs and practices about grammar instruction. So without further ado, Dr. Dole and company, come on up. I don't know who's going to be your official clicker, but.
Official clicker. I'll start being the official clicker. So we're excited to be here today. To start, we just wanted to thank Garrett for helping us orchestrate all of this and getting it off the ground. And also to thank all the districts that participated, especially the reading coaches. We know you guys had some awesome emails back and forth and really helped us get things rolling. So we really appreciate that. My name is Adrienne Lowe, and I am here with Elizabeth Dibble. We are doctoral students at the U in reading and literacy, and we're here with Dr. Jan Dole. She's kind of our main leader. And today we are going to be talking about what we found in teachers' beliefs and practices in grammar instruction. So we're going to start with an overview of what we're going to be talking about, and we really had several questions that we wanted to answer. First off, we realized that there was kind of a problem with grammar instruction, but we wanted to identify what that problem was, and we had to figure out what we wanted to know from that problem. And then we're going to talk about what we did, what we found, and what does it mean? How do we move forward with this information? So what is the problem? The problem is that grammar instruction is a little bit of an enigma. We've decided to say that grammar is the skunk at the garden party of language arts. Grammar can be hard. It's a little bit difficult to define. And no matter how we define grammar, some people talk about it as being the rules of language, while others talk about grammar as being more of like punctuation and sentence structure and things like that. No matter how we define it, we know that grammar can be hard to teach, but also that it's really hard to engage students when teaching grammar. And because of this, we found that oftentimes teachers kind of default to how they were taught grammar or what they know about grammar, or things that are the easiest things to teach. So we don't always agree on what grammar is. There are two pretty distinct ways of defining grammar. One way is that grammar is a set of language rules that we use to create phrases and sentences, and that's how we convey our meaning. And lots of times these language rules, we use them kind of unconsciously as native English speakers. They're just automatic and we don't really think about it. Some examples of these language rules are, I'm just going to read it because I'm going to get tongue-tied if I don't, and that's going to be embarrassing if I mess up the grammar on a grammar presentation. So examples of language rules are, we use present perfect for the unfinished past, use present perfect for the unfinished action in past. Absolute phrases consist of a noun phrase plus a modifier. So those are things when we're talking about the language rules of grammar. And that's a good example of why grammar is hard to teach, because that is kind of jumbling, right? The other way that we talk about grammar is that it's more writing mechanics and convention, so thinking about usage and punctuation. And we know that Weaver in 1996, he found that these are the ways that teachers most often define grammar. So they talk about it in use of punctuation, usage, parts of speech, and sentence structure. We also know that research does not support teaching grammar as a set of language rules. So there's been quite a bit of research on that. So going back to that one where it gets all jumbly, that's not how we want to teach grammar. We also know, we tried to find what research is really telling us about how to teach grammar, and we couldn't find a lot. And so we didn't know what teachers are actually doing because we didn't know what the research is telling the teachers to do. And so this is what we wanted to know. We wanted to know when teachers are teaching grammar, what are they teaching and how are they defining grammar instruction? What methods and materials are teachers using to teach grammar? To what extent do teachers value grammar instruction? Are they using it in their day-to-day teaching, or is it something that's decide? And do they think grammar instruction improves writing performance? And then finally, we wanted to investigate if there are differences between upper elementary and middle school teachers' views about teaching grammar. So I'm going to pass off here. Elizabeth is going to answer some of these questions.
What did we do? Last year we came here to the same meeting, and many of you were here, and many of you offered to help us, and many of you sent out lots of emails, as Adrian earlier mentioned, and we are really grateful for your help. You sent out messages to the literacy coaches across the state, and so we were able to survey. We ended up surveying 198 teachers, grades 4 through 8 in 8 different school districts across the state. And the reason that we chose those grades is we wanted to see the differences between upper elementary and middle school. It would be interesting to see how the middle school teachers are trained in very specialized, whereas the elementary teachers are more generalized. So we thought that would be interesting. Created a survey that you send out, and it consisted of 24 questions, and it included open-ended and closed-ended questions, and it covered the main sections that Adrian referred to in the Weaver study, which were parts of speech, punctuation, usage, and sentence structure. And a couple examples of what we had on the survey. A question was, how do you teach parts of speech? And then we had the teachers check everything that applied. Another one was, how well do you think teaching parts of speech improves students? So some of that would be an open-ended questions. We had both of those. This is an example of one of the questions that was on the survey. It said, how do you teach parts of speech? And then the teachers could check all that applied. So you could pick there, one of the choices was as part of daily oral language, the worksheet, directed instruction. And then at the bottom, they were able to fill in if they had other ways that they taught that. What did we find? So the first question that we asked of the 4 questions that we formed was, when teachers teach grammar, what do they teach? How do they define grammar instruction? And it was an open-ended question that we gave. And we found out that 86% of the teachers reported that they teach parts of speech and punctuation, and 71% reported they teach sentence structure, which was great. That was positive feedback to hear. We were a little bit surprised that only 26% of the teachers report that they teach usage, and this was different than some of the other studies that we had read, so that kind of surprised us. We were also a little bit surprised at the number that only 8% of the teachers reported that they used writing to teach grammar, and we're not quite sure why that is that way. We don't know if it was the way we worded the question, if they didn't understand it. That was a little bit surprising to us. The next question of the 4 main questions we were looking to find answers to was, what methods and materials do teachers use to teach grammar? That was a question where they could select all that apply. And so the numbers don't add up to 100. If you're wondering why they could have selected, if they did all of them, they could have selected all of those. So the most commonly used methods of teaching grammar, 81% use direct instruction, and 75% use mini lessons. So that out. And then, again, what materials did they use to teach grammar? And they could choose anything that they used. And this was interesting, 60% said they used self-created materials. To find out what did we find.
Yeah. So the last question that we asked was, we were really interested in, do teachers if they teach this part of grammar instruction, do they think it's important for student performance? Okay, so if they value it, do they think it's important and that it improves writing? And so the results were mixed. First of all, teachers were consistent in their views that if an aspect of grammar was important, then that aspect improved writing instruction. So for us, that's really good news, because what it says is the teachers only teach those parts of grammar that they think are important to improving writing instruction. So that's really a good thing. So in other words, for example, if teachers reported that teaching sentence structure was important, then they also reported that teaching sentence structure improved writing. So with parts of speech, 56.2% of teachers thought it was important, 47.9% improves writing. And these numbers, really, there's no significant difference in the numbers. So even though it looks like there might be a difference, the difference is not meaningful because we had a large number of people. So for example, for parts of speech, punctuation, usage, and really sentence structure, a little bit more of a difference with sentence structure, but for the most part, they teach what they think is important. Are there difference between upper elementary and middle school teachers of the importance of teaching grammar and what they teach, okay? And as Elizabeth said, we thought there might be differences because middle school teachers are trained in English. They're not trained generally like elementary teachers are. And elementary teachers, to tell you the truth, and I can say this because I am one of these are young women as well. We teach undergraduates reading and writing, and for the most part, what we teach about grammar is pretty small. We don't teach them very much. So elementary teachers don't have a lot of pre-service experience anyway teaching grammar. But surprisingly, we found that there really were no differences in terms of parts of speech, differences in the importance of teaching colons and semicolons, which would be completely expect. And as you can expect, guess who thinks they're more important to teach? Middle school teachers, right? Then differences in their views of teaching simple sentence structures and prepositional phrases. Middle school teachers thought they were more important, right? Differences in their view of conferencing as a teaching strategy. So, and this would be more predictable too, because elementary teachers use conferences more than middle school teachers. Upper elementary teachers use spatial readers, obvious, and daily oral language more than middle school teachers. And believe it or not, daily oral language is still used and alive. I don't know if you subscribe to that anymore. That used to be a big thing for the state, wasn't it, at one time? Do you know?
We don't subscribe to it anymore.
Yes. Yeah. But almost a half of do you remember the percentage? I forget the percentage, but it's between a third and a half.
It's quite high.
Yeah, we were surprised at how many teachers still
rampant.
They still use daily oral language. And then middle school teachers use self-created materials more than elementary teachers. That might be because more elementary teachers might use the Basel reading program and so what does this all mean for us? So teachers in our study define grammar mostly as sentence structure, parts of speech, and punctuation. They didn't identify usage the way our national sample did. So Weaver in her national sample, and I think there are a few other studies the same thing, found that teachers mostly do consider usage part of teaching grammar, but they didn't in our study. Teachers use mostly direct instruction, mini lessons, discussions during reading and writing, and self-created materials to teach grammar. So they use many methods and materials. When teachers felt that an aspect of grammar was important, then they thought that improved writing performance. And I think, as Adrian mentioned, surprisingly, we couldn't find any research that looks at these particular elements to try to figure out if these elements in particular improved writing instruction. So we really don't know, but it's a good guess that they probably do. There were very minor differences between upper elementary and middle school teachers in terms of teaching grammar. For the most part, they were pretty similar. And the differences that we did find were ones that you would completely expect. Yeah, okay, great. And so what does it mean? We want to talk about what it meant. So the good thing, teachers are teaching grammar in ways that are consistent with the research. We didn't find rules of language being taught at all. Now, we would probably not expect that at the middle school level, but we might, at the elementary level, but we might find it at the middle school level. But we didn't see any of that, which is good because we know that that doesn't affect student writing performance at all. Remember though, we didn't work with high school teachers. We only and then grammar instruction, upper elementary and middle school, is not a set of language rules, as we said. Okay. And then the limitations of the study, we just wanted to mention this is a self-report study. We didn't do observations with teachers, so it really, but we probably assume for something like grammar is probably pretty accurate. Our results are not representative of all teachers. We had 8 districts. We had 189 teachers, so that's a really good sample, but it's obviously not representative of the whole state. The other thing is not representative of the whole country. So we don't know to what extent what we found could be applied. But we like what we found. We thought it was very good. We really believe that teachers are on the right track.
Does have any questions for her? Thank you so much, Dr. Dole.
Just one thing, if you if you would like more information, if you'd like to see the data or whatever, we're writing up our paper now. And if you send me an email, I'd be happy to send you the paper when we get it.
All right, thanks again, and thanks so much for sharing that with us. And if you guys have future research ambitions, just let us know and see how we can help facilitate. So right now I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the state of Utah's secondary students and literacy. We found quite a few different data points that we find troubling. And so I'll just get into it with some data points to consider. When we're talking about ACT, and Rebecca was talking about ACT and how it's being delivered, what is on that test. The percentage of students in Utah that are meeting benchmarks, in English, it's 53, so okay, that's okay. That's 1 out of 2 students roughly. But if you notice, that trend keeps going down. We've gone from, we have more students taking the test and we have a lower proficiency level. And the same with reading. We're seeing that 37%, so that's almost nearly a third, are showing that they're meeting those benchmarks. And we can see that the score has gone down a little bit, but it's still pretty low considering that the benchmark for reading is 22, and our students have pretty much been on average at 20 for the last few years. And we can see that in English, the benchmark is 18. We're at 18.8. We've stayed fairly consistent with that, but again, we're just barely making that 50% or above, 53% or above, 47% or below, and we're just at an 18.8. So they're making those benchmarks, but not in the number that we'd like to see. Some other data points to consider is looking at the NAEP scores, and what I found interesting on their pages was the rich seem to be getting richer, but the poor seem to be getting poorer when it comes to these NAEP scores. That the higher performers are doing better in 8th grade in both subjects, and that's reading and writing. But the kids that are in 4th grade are getting lower. That gap's starting to get wider, and so I found that to be some very troubling information. And we can see that our 8th grade reading. Again, we have in 2015, we had 38% proficient. We had 39 in 2017, so that's good that we went up that percentage point. We're doing a little bit better than the rest of the United States. We rank in the top 10. So, those are some things to be proud of, but again, we look at those numbers, and those numbers aren't lying to us. We're seeing that those numbers of proficiency are fairly low. And then finally, Megan already went over this information. we can see that, and I like that she put it in the cohorts, how she tracked that number from 2016 to 2018 and seeing what those proficiency scores are. Oh, I see what that is about the, yeah, I'm going to stay over here. That just totally gave feedback. Sorry about that. But after looking at these data points, there was a cause for concern. What are we doing? And we noticed last year one of the things that we focused on really heavily was the integration of knowledge and ideas. We noticed that we have a lot of students who can summarize really well. They can, if they've got information, they can regurgitate that information and share it back pretty well, but they're not making any new meaning with it. When they're trying to synthesize several data points or multiple forms of text, they're not really able to move beyond that summary and to make new meaning with it. And so that's something that we've noticed, which is why I wanted to have a short discussion. We're running a little bit low on time. Considering the current state of Utah secondary students and their literacy skills, what may be some strategies for improving student outcomes? Now, I wanted to give you guys some time to talk in pairs or in your little groups about this. I see some of you got abandoned, so but if you just want to hop in with another group, I want you to take a couple minutes to think about this question. What may be some strategies for improving student outcomes? Once I give you those 2 minutes to discuss that a little bit, I want you to share out. And who has nice handwriting in this room?
I'll scribe for you.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
I'm in your chair.
And you get to pick your scent too. Yeah. Because we want kids sniffing markers, right?
They don't bleed, that's why you buy those markers.
So that being said, take a couple minutes. I'll give you 2 minutes to discuss this question and to think of some strategies for improvement, and then we'll have you guys share out. Any questions on what to do? All right, go for it. Got 2 minutes.
Yeah. Structure and complex text. All the pretty and it hits all the standards. I'm wondering if doctors and database systems. I've said I'm just even from talking fully scaffolded down to writing, we're just having discussions first and then.
I think that's those tools that they have already there. Exactly. Like, just use those in the classroom.
Additional text, they're probably doing
together.
The prompt with 3 different perspectives, because I think that's highly flexible, and I just having snippets to get on each one. They're reading. I wonder what the stimulus material looks like when there's 2 or 3 of that. Still, it's a set up. Start with the speaking and listening, which fits those standards, and talk about class years basically, just like let's look at these perspectives now shift. And slowly take the tracing through less
Well, they are, because they have part of our new databases, they have some rationale for when that's a higher grade. Up to 8th grade, I think there's still that push, but
I don't know.
Speaking and listening and writing,
I don't
they're
know
not
that we really.
meeting standards.
So
I think that's one way that's just become really apparent to me the past 3 weeks, because that's what they've been doing.
The reading stuff, and I like the rubrics.
Right.
I have never looked to even have some kind of talk the teachers through what's available, because it seems to be just kind of all spread out. Like if we had, if we had like a cheat sheet for the teachers, here you go for your resources.
And the
That's
11th
right, that she had with all of
it's
the resources on
basically it's so specific how the kids can write. I've worked in the writing process. You're the outsider.
Writing stuff.
Yeah.
So was it big
stuff?
Where teachers requiring some more steps that we're not talking about here. Because I bet there was the idea of having the one that is a sentence back last year where they were requesting resource firing it. It's data side. I've been there for 1 month. So that's good. So secondary.
Interesting.
No, one of the slides. Oh. Yeah.
Give about 30 more seconds.
And you don't want to come down where you're.
That's different. My brain's just kind of going on that.
Yeah, it's about uncle, yeah.
All of the, it's highly rigorous, but we've got all of those skills underneath.
Actually, we have K6, we have.
Yeah. Yeah. And then just a little.
5 seconds.
And then bigger things with the brains. So it's kind of really teaching, giving them the tools to be a good.
And we are back. So, considering this question, what may be some strategies for improving student outcomes when we look at those different data points? We look at those literacy rates, we look at how they're doing in reading and English. What are some strategies? And I don't want to volunteer anybody, so any volunteers? Yeah.
So we've adopted an online database for our approved novel system, and I've been entering that along with the lifestyles. And I have noticed overwhelmingly that my teachers are not teaching grade complexity levels. They're teaching well below the grade level. And they also have to tell me in their rationales what they're teaching it for. So they're picking novels to teach the writing and the speaking and listening standards. You're not picking novels to teach the reading standards. And so one way that has become apparent to me the past few weeks is to increase the complexity of the literature that's being read in class.
Okay, good. Got some others. Kim, go for it.
Maybe I misunderstood you, Garrett, because I was thinking of stuff that you could do to help us. So I hope that's okay. But
Hey, it can be reciprocated. We're good.
because I just had this idea when she was talking about the prompt, because this is the first time, and maybe I wasn't paying attention, so if I wasn't, I apologize, that we're looking at 3 different perspectives. That's highly rigorous. And to me, that brings in almost every single standard. So if maybe you guys could help us scaffold something so that we've got something that kind of looks like that prompt that has 3 different viewpoints, that we could start out maybe just having a discussion in class and then saying, okay, switch viewpoints, let's have the discussion again. And then maybe scaffold that in so that we're slowly bringing in the writing and we're looking at, I'm just struck by how rigorous it is for a student to look at a prompt and then look at 3 different perspectives. And we haven't done any practice in that. So I'm just wondering if we could take it so that we could start with very mini conversations in class and then slowly scaffold and differentiate and bring that into full-blown writing. I think that would, if I were a teacher in the classroom right now, that's something that I would love. Other thing we talked about is if you could help us put together like a cheat sheet. You guys have given us so many resources for our teachers with all these tests, but they're kind of all out there. Maybe if we could have a little Aspire cheat sheet and a little Rise cheat sheet or something like that, that would be so helpful. So did you want us to say stuff for you to do or stuff for us to do?
Either or. We
Okay,
can go
maybe
either.
involved in the doing.
we can go in either direction. This is you guys directing this discussion. What are some other ideas you came up with? Yes.
We talked a little bit about how far we feel like, I feel that Utah has come with writing and having it tested at every grade level. And now there's a concern that it's going to be a little more limited testing. How do we deal with that? And especially because the 8th grade test and everything below that is textual evidence and the ACT is a brain dump pretty much with organization.
Yeah.
How do we make it so kids continue to have to use textual evidence at the high school level, since that is what's required in college? And as a group, we're discussing the idea of maybe district-wide or school-wide writing assessments at every grade level. Not that we want the state to mandate anything, but just so that at a school or district level, teachers are accountable for teaching writing, because we don't want that to slip, since I think the statewide data has been a lot of progress in writing with the testing.
There was a question, I guess, I know we don't have benchmarks for the Utah Aspire, but until 2019-20, but will there be a writing benchmark available for those, even though the writing is not assessed on the Aspire assessment? I know that's a question for Rebecca.
No, I will definitely ask them and get back to you. Instinctively, I would say no, because it's a Utah specific one, but that would be awesome if there was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will definitely ask that question and we'll see what they have to say about that. Thank you. Any others?
My group, and I used to be a group, but.
I know they abandoned you, I know.
Yeah, so when I say we, like I was talking to myself. But, talking about what our response to, I mean, we all say response to data, but I mean, what are we doing to help our teachers respond to that data? And we did talk a little bit about the elementary literacy framework and how that's been helpful since it's been released to then look at scores, and now let's look at those pieces of what an actual literacy block is supposed to look like, or what elements should be within there. So that instead of saying, well, I've got to strengthen my literacy instruction, we can be more targeted in not only what we're asking or what we're looking for, but also the professional learning that we can provide in those areas. I know you're going to talk about this later, but.
No, I'm glad these are coming out.
I would agree, yeah. If we had more articulated, this is what that effective literacy block components should be in there, that would be phenomenal, because I think that there are a lot of secondary level teachers, at least in our LEA, that are kind of doing their best effort to do that, but again, with the secondary time constraints, bell to bell, those kinds of things, I haven't seen anything out there that's like percentage of your block should be reading, writing.
Some recommendations to how you could conduct that time to the fullest.
Correct. Yeah, but the secondary setting is there. It should be getting literacy across the school day, and so having some of that ownership, not to the ELA, but we call them teachers. I'm sorry. For math and science and social, I don't call them, and I never would, because most of them, even your reading teachers, don't know. In a lot of settings, like they email, like they put me in, I have no background. It's just the case that we're in right now. We don't really build it. Even our endorsement for reading endorsement doesn't prepare a secondary teacher to be a reading teacher.
No, it does not. I can
We've
say
got
that.
some issues. But we've kind of started to kind of see, and probably need to be addressed in some ways. We're going to redo the reading endorsement pretty significantly and probably make some separate courses. There might be some overlap, and there might be things that are just for your secondary folks, because it's just not meeting the needs of teachers and the demands you guys have in schools. So that's one thing that we've been talking about lately. I think just comes out from your conversation around getting times. There are things we know, like kids have to do this. Does it have to be the ELA teacher? Not necessarily, but you need a building principal that understands that can reinforce, okay, who's going to help with this 60 minutes a day of writing? Probably not only going to have to happen in ELA, but every teacher needs to do writing, or whoever they decide needs to. We have an initiative up at Wasatch High, and they're all taking on doing one meaningful reading task a week in any content. Doesn't matter if I'm the shop teacher or the help teacher, they're all kind of made this pledge. And we went in and took some baseline data last year when they weren't in this pledge, and we're going to take some new baseline data and see, are we seeing better interactions with text and meaningful engagement, not just silent reading. 73% of what we saw was silent reading if they were reading. Only 23% of classrooms had reading happening in some way. So like those are things that we can use to kind of probably a pretty typical high school experience, I would guess. I think if you went and took similar data, you'd probably have pretty similar outcomes. But them realizing they have a lot of kids who aren't reading at grade level, we can't leave that to one period a day to handle that need. So that's some of the things we've been trying to test some things at the high school level.
Yeah, and speaking from experience, when I was middle school teacher and high school teacher, that was, well, you're the ELA teacher, so you kind of have to do that. But our science team over at even high school eventually took over with science-specific literacy, and their assessment scores have gone through the roof. They're actually one of the higher performing schools, not only in the region, but I think they're at like 65 or 67% proficiency in science now at the high school level, and they're doing really well because they've taken that on. And those are the kinds of things we'd like to see more often in other secondary settings. So, sorry, you're going to...
Are we looking at a writing endorsement at all? I mean, with all of this focus?
That I know of. I mean, that could be something that we could, because we have them go through teaching adolescents to write, and, we go through those things, but having this a specific endorsement such as writing, I don't think we've so much as entertained that idea. Any other questions? So we're going to move on. I know a lot of you we're getting close to the end and have to get going. So maybe Jennifer, you could sum this up a lot quicker than I could since we're really short on time.
So, Amy, you brought this out in terms of framework. One of the potential strategies we've been considering, we wanted to get your input. We're not going to do the strategy if there's not input from you all as a field. It doesn't make sense. So in elementary setting, we have 1 and 2 kids reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade. We needed to create some urgency, but also strategies of how you go about improving such data. And so we went through kind of looking at different states, brought in an LEA team, people like yourselves as LDs. They came in, helped to kind of help us direct and figure out what that should be. We had a state level team of different people across the agency, whether you're in Title I or assessment or teaching and learning. And then we borrowed from the 4 domains of rapid school improvement, some of their ideas, as well as some other states, Nevada, Minnesota, and Montana, all have pre-K through 12 literacy frameworks for their states. And so we thought, well, we probably should define what quality literacy instruction looks like. We started at elementary. It's a much easier space to start in. But we're at the point where we're wondering, because when we released it, people are like, well, you're going to make a secondary one. We haven't even thought about it, I'm going to tell you. But when people ask, you're like, well, it could make sense, but it also, would it help you in the work that you do? So the purpose of the framework inside your book, if you have the framework on XIII, so
Roman numeral 13 in that fatter document.
there is, right in the 3rd paragraph, there's a bold statement that says the purpose. Basically, it'll have you scan that real fast, but it's really to help give the system structures and strategies that seem to be making impact in our schools. So one of the things we also did in terms of looking at other states, we also went out and looked at our highest performing growth schools and looked at what did they have in place. What were the literacy practices? What was the knowledge? What were the systems and structures they had in place? See what commonalities we could find across those schools to pull out some of this. So some of this is driven by what we saw in schools that are high performing. What were they doing differently than schools that were not having the same outcomes? And then we compared it across these different documents and what we know from the research literature. And that's how this framework came about. We ended up with those 5 elements that come right below the purpose. You switch slides to go to the next one. So we came up with 5. Instructional leadership in the elementary setting, leaders who have literacy knowledge, buildings with higher literacy scores. I'm not sure that would play true in secondary settings. It'd be interesting to see if we go out and look at the high-performing high schools. Is it because their leader has some knowledge about literacy? I'm not sure that would play out the same way. Not having tried that yet. Instruction and intervention. What are the key principles of instruction and intervention that need to occur in the elementary setting? Assessment and feedback, really getting into that idea around self-assessment for students, having kids self-assess where they are, making those reflections, knowing where they're supposed to be going. Professional learning, PD matters, but teachers have the opportunity to collaborate, discuss, share common assessments, and supportive culture. Do kids feel safe? Do faculty feel safe? Some of those things that we know are important in schools. And so we built these 5 elements and then came up with critical indicators that people can self-assess on a scale of 1 to 5, where they feel their school or LEA is in. And then we came up with lines of evidence. If you say you're a 4, prove it to me with these lines of evidence to back up that you're really a 4. So we kind of built a pretty systematic framework, and all of that's there in front of you. And our next step is to take these indicators and say, okay, well, what does it mean if this is not in place? What resources, tools, research can I look to understand what that really means so that I can develop that skill set in my school or as a teacher or whatever the context may be. So I wanted to give enough time, but I don't think we have that today. So
sorry about that.
We'll dig in deeper if this is something that's desired. Considering how poorly our kids are doing statewide, K through 12, this is not a high school problem or a middle school problem or an elementary. We have built a system that is poorly preparing kids to read and write as you're bringing up at grade level. Would having a secondary framework that lays out best practices based on the research, what we see in our schools in Utah, be helpful in communicating those practices down to the building level, which is ultimately where this work has to happen. It's great to have a state framework, but ultimately people have to actually do it. So is this something you would be interested in investing? So maybe this time working towards and developing, and then we'll provide similar resources to what we're doing for elementary. We've provided training. We're going to build a resource bank basically that goes with the tool. So when you're saying who's responsible for what, what percentage should be spent and how many minutes should be. There is research in secondary around that. Not as thorough as it's been done in elementary, but there are minutes, like writing. It needs to be at least 60 minutes a day. Your ELA class may not even be that every day. So thinking about that, it can't be your sole responsibility. It'll cause some conversations. So we just kind of wanted to gauge your interest, I guess would be it, on whether this would be valuable to you as secondary leaders. For us to pursue with you. It won't be, here's the document, it'll be a collaborative exchange. When we did it with ELA, we offered the opportunity to anybody as a literacy director who wanted to come help. I had about 20. My group is larger than yours. I have like 100 people that actively participate. So it might be this critical mass. I know you had more people earlier, but just thinking about those opportunities. So I see a lot of head nodding, but let's just take a little fist of 5 maybe, and just for sake of time, I'd rather hear your thoughts, but just quickly. 5, I'm really on board. 0 means I hate this idea, please walk away. Just knowing how to feel. And 1 to 4 is somewhere in between. All right, I see all 5s. That's amazing.
I see double 5 over there. So.
Totally in. I will write it myself. All right. Garrett and I will kind of powwow and set up some structures. We're starting with the state team, assuming this went well today. We have an elementary team set up every few weeks. We're going to kind of get that team switched to secondary. Some of those folks are K-12. Some of the people will have to change out, that they are just elementary focused. But we're kind of at the point where if we can get more guidance and support and resources, perhaps we can change the cycle. It is already working in elementary. Our data is finally going up. I anticipate it to increase to go up. We have some new rigor added to this legislation and board rule that's going to put some pressure on our LEAs to kind of try and push their teachers to do better to help their kids. So hopefully we'll be able to see some similar. I think reading class in high school and middle school is a joke in most settings, not any fault of your own. It's just they don't have the training skills, the curriculum, any of that stuff. And so maybe the secondary framework can help us get a little further in that path. I think we need to revisit what are the core competencies we want if people are more skilled. The reading endorsement, we looked at the data. Teachers who have their reading endorsement are not outperforming people who don't. That's a problem. It's not working. You shouldn't take 21 credits and not be any better off outcomes you get. So we have to totally revamp. Is kind of where I'm starting. And maybe it's a combination of reading and writing. This is where we'll have some conversations. It's not up to us. We need your input and feedback. That's the only way I work. Because I can have my mind, but when you guys add to it, it's much better.
As much as I'd love to write a document and say, here you go, pass this out.
This is it, friends.
You guys are going to be the drivers behind this, not me, not Jennifer. Yes.
Jennifer, so when you're talking about revamping the reading endorsement program, what's your timeline on when you anticipate getting
I
that?
think we're going to start this fall getting the committees back together. So I had a committee when I first came. We revamped all of the courses 3 years ago. So I'm having them rerun the data based on the last 3 years of data. Did we see anything different in the people that have been endorsed? Just because we did do a somewhat of an overhaul a few years ago. I don't think we're going to see a difference, but I figure we can check in and make sure. Because, for example, one of the classes is children's literature and adolescent literature. Is that really going to impact reading outcomes? Probably not. Not as a critical course. I believe in literature, and I think people need to know about it. But they're getting that in undergraduate, and how critical is that to me understanding how kids learn to read and acquire more competency in reading? So I think we've got to have some critical conversations with the right folks.
And that's because we just started a cohort.
Yes, and a lot of LEAs this year are, because you guys are trying to improve reading. I think it's going to be get some off. It might be smart for us not to start with foundations. Most people start with foundations, but we have enough LEAs starting right now that the foundations course is probably still one you can run with, but I think as we change, you might want to change with us.
Yeah, so those frameworks will just be updated.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we might have to change courses completely, and that's where we're going to decide what's grandfathered in. Like, obviously, if you started the program, you should finish. But thinking about, we're going to have some super flexibility if we're going to revamp as significantly as I anticipate we probably need to. We just aren't preparing, especially in secondary settings. They're not coming out ready to do anything. They have some new knowledge that's not super helpful to the work they do. So whether that's foundations could still be true, but they need, what does reading intervention look like at secondary? And we don't do a great job of that in the reading courses, at least from my experience. And most of the feedback I've gotten from the field, you would feel that. So, other thoughts? Okay, we will come back to you with some starting points. Hopefully, if there's time in November, we could actually start some of this conversation, but we might also have to have some meetings outside of this where we do discussions. And if you come from a distance, we always do like a web so you can still connect in and participate. Right out here, because for some of you, it's quite far. Some of you, it's a happy time to leave. So it just totally depends. But we appreciate your input. It will be an input process. It'll be your voices coming in to help us build that. The literacy folks in elementary, it was phenomenal to see them come together and build that framework. We had West Ed help us as well, which is always a nice resource. It wasn't just the brains coming together, but they also helped us kind of structure it. Their work in other states helped us to kind of influence. So if you're interested, I know Garrett sent out the Nevada and Montana. It might be something just to take a look at how similar, and look at our elementary example. We're hoping to stay in a similar vein, but
I'd really
not
like to
necessarily
be
the
a
same
good
pieces.
companion piece where we have some overlap, so we don't lose those gaps in between. We don't want it to be, well, this is elementary, this is secondary. I want it to weave so we can really
Like if those elements
make
can
that
overlap,
transition.
great. If they can't, we can have that conversation. I'm not saying it has to stay the same, but it seems like assessment should matter. Instruction and intervention should matter, but maybe we need an additional layer around content area literacy or disciplinary literacy that's not really present in the other.
And I think the 5 elements that are there are beautifully laid out. And I'd really, I mean, if we have to alter them, great, but I really like how they're already laid out. But like you said, if we
Might
need
be okay.
if we need a content literacy specific piece for like another element, I would welcome that. But this is where you guys get to be the voice, because you are the ones that are going to help us get this into the buildings. I could send it out to every administrator I want. They could just say, go fly a kite. You guys are the ones that are going to be, listen, we worked really hard on this. We know this is what it's going to take for our students to get better. And let's move forward with
Well, I
this.
know our literacy director's been doing it. It supports them in what they're trying to tell principals to do. The state says this. Most of the time, you want to blame us for other things. This might be a support. Instead of the state changing, this is more like, no, the state says this is how it should be. It gives you guys a little more kind of support too, if you like the document. So this is for definitely feedback. We'll bring it to you multiple times. If you're not on the working committee, that we'll probably end up doing, we'll still bring it to the LDs for feedback. So whether you have the time to dedicate to helping develop it or not, we always bring it back to you for explicit feedback, because we want it, one, to translate. That if you haven't been in the training, you know what it says, and it's transparent, and then that you have points of weigh in and change along the cycle. So, all right, I know we're way over.
Yes, I'm sorry that we're way over. So just, this was best practices in Utah Compose. It's at Dixie Middle. It's coming up. I will resend these slide docs. I updated them, as I always do, because I'm never happy with the finished product. There's the next literacy directors meetings. So we have November 13th, we have January 23rd, and we have March 19th. There is Utah Council Teachers of English. One of my favorite near and dear authors is going to be there. For me, that's worth the price of admission. Francisco A. Stork. If you haven't read Marcel in the Real World, you need to change your life and do that right now. You'll thank me for it later. It's $75, but you get the resources for the year. That includes the lunch and the conference itself. You get to learn from actual teachers in Utah. We've also got our I'm really excited. The secondary level institute. We have 6 spots left. At least I think, I don't know, what was the last count? You said it was 6.
We're up to 4 now.
We're down to 4, okay. So, and this is going to be, there's 4 dates, October 10th and 11th, and then February 20th and 21st. And it's Patty Montgomery, and in a nutshell, it's going to be awesome. I can go into a lot of detail about what we're going to learn about, but it is $200 for the cost. But that cost includes all the materials, I believe breakfast and lunch and parking, any other things like that. And so to me, that's a drop in the bucket for what you're going to get from this professional learning opportunity. It just helps cover our bases so that you guys leave.
Have a really expensive book that they're getting. All about secondary literacy. It actually might help us with our framework. So we're looking forward to that. I guess it's pretty comprehensive around the systems and structures needed to improve literacy at the secondary level. So if you have a leader that's in it, you might want to say, hey, can I look at that? Garrett and I are getting one on hand if you ever want to see it too.
Yes, I'm looking forward to getting that.
It's expensive. It's a couple $100 book.
So. And then you've got, I don't know much about Carol Yago, but I know that these conferences are always
Secondary focused. So it actually, I think, makes good sense for you guys, just a middle school, high school consultant type person from what I looked up, because I was like, I don't know if it fits into elementary as well this time.
I've always been happy with the UASCD, their professional learning opportunities. They've always been great. But anyhow, these are all the slides. I know you guys got to get going, and we can hit up all the rest. Are there any questions before you guys take off? Okay, well, thank you so much. We are definitely going to be following up on this secondary literacy framework. I'm very excited about it. If you have any questions, just contact me at your leisure. Have a great day, and hopefully you guys can beat the traffic.